So please, good morning everyone and welcome to the council meeting for the 10th of December. At one stage I thought it might be quick, but I'm sure it's not going to be, so I'm not going to do that. Please join with me in standing for the opening karakia. Thank you very much. I have received apologies from Councillor Goff for partial absence. Can I have a movement? I'll move it. Pauline will second it. All right. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. That's carried. Right. The purpose of today is to confirm the framework for the draft annual plan to enable staff to build the draft in time for our draft adoption meeting in February next year. It is important that we give staff direction and get a decision today because it gives them something to do while we're all away sunning ourselves on the beach. As I say, we must give the team direction today, so I'll now hand over to staff to present the report. But before I do that, I'll suspend standing orders. I'll move it. Pauline will second it. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. That's carried. So item 3, draft annual plan. Far away, gents.
Ata Maria, your worship and councillors, and thank you for that introduction. You've summarised very well, your worship, what the purpose of the meeting is. It's for us to be given direction and confirmation really of a number of parameters and inputs into building the draft annual plan, which will come back in February next year for adoption, so it can go and be consulted on and so on. And there's really 2 parts to it. There's the structure and the inputs to the annual plan, and the second part is the transport program, which has a number of matters still to be resolved, and we did say they would come back for a decision before the draft annual plan was adopted. But with that, I'll hand over to Peter to provide more detail on the progress and structure of the report.
Right, good morning everybody. Look, I propose to spend, we've got a decent session today. I propose to spend 5 minutes at the start just telling the story of how we got here, so that when we get to the levers and options, there's a shared understanding around the table of our parameters and how things work. Obviously, you'll all remember adopting the long-term plan back in June. That contained, I'm looking at the report here at section 4.4. There's a little table there that talks about what made up the rates increase for this year in the long-term plan, for the long-term plan. There was a rates increase of 8.48%, which contained, very briefly, Parakiore staff, Climate Resilience Fund, Takaha interest, CapEx, rating growth. A mix of ingredients and decisions was behind that 8.48. So that's the foundation stone. From there, we held a meeting in August, I should say a workshop, council workshop, to understand what process you wanted to follow for this annual plan. The guidance we had was that it was to be an annual plan, that it would be consulted on with the community, but we would not be amending the LTP. So staff have taken that guidance and built accordingly. So in now section 4.5, there's the ups and downs since you adopted the LTP. So there's various things in there, lots of small stuff, ups and downs, some significant and late ones. Taumata Arawai have added a levy, which has impacted on our rates, and other minor adjustments there, some of them internal. The net result of all those ups and downs is that in the space of only a few months, you ended up with a raw draft position of around 10%. So the objective here is to discuss and debate what guidance staff need to will get around the draft. There's a series of options in section 4.29 designed to bring that raw number down in a practical way. they range from quite conservative to throw all stops right now. I'll briefly step through those, and then our colleagues in finance here can talk to detail as required. Option 1, to bring that raw number down, is the most conservative option, and it's using both subvention credits and operating surplus to reduce debt. Option 2 is quite similar but a slightly different mix. Option 3 is the staff recommended option, which sees us basically at the LTP level of rates, plus the Tamata ROI levy on top that has come through from the Crown.
And that was only last week we got.
And that was only last week. At this time last week, we were actually back at the original LTP rates increase. And option 4 is basically all in reduced rates in the short term, but there is an impact in year 2. So look, that is the very quick potted history and options available to us. Obviously, there's a plethora of questions. Mr. Chair, some guidance on what you'd like process from here. Are we continuing through with the report, taking questions? I'm not quite sure how you want to go from here.
Well, this is just item 3 we're talking about?
That's correct.
Yeah, well, we've got a number of questions, about 4 at the moment. It's all right. We might as well do those, and then we'll move forward after that. I've got you, Pauline. Yeah. Aaron first, please.
Yeah, so the Tamata ROI pre-Christmas surprise, why, where and how has that come about? And that would seem a considerable amount, 1/3% on rates, just for a regulator that's already there. Like, are they increasing back office staff by a couple of thousand, or, well, I mean, what's the plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can answer that. The levies, we were notified that there's levies coming in effective from 1st of July next year. There's one for Tamata ROI and one for Commerce Commission. They're based on population base, and it essentially recovers something in the order of $19 million of their 24 million dollar running costs. And that's being spread right across the country. So there's consultation out at the moment, which we'll be putting in responses to.
So what is the regulator going to be doing in the future that's suddenly costing $22 million more that they're not doing now? And what on earth is the Comcom doing that we would possibly need?
Yeah, Councillor, they won't be doing anything different. It's just that the costs will be going to the territorial authorities as opposed to being funded from tax. So it's the same cost to run them, but this is a levy to operate. And Commerce Commission, there's new legislation out either this week or next week. They'll be taking an overview of the Three Waters operations right across the country going forward.
Hang on, if it's going to the TAs, aren't we running the water ourselves? So do we put this levy on ourselves?
This is for them to carry out their regulatory function to ensure that we are complying.
Right, so this is just a new way of the government charging, so getting costs down.
We'll respond to that in our submission.
And the Comcom one, what are they doing that would possibly need?
They're the economic regulator, and they will be coming in to make sure that we presume, we haven't seen the legislation yet, presume to ensure that money that is collected for water is spent on water, which is part of the ring fencing.
So like just a note that the auditors could do.
I won't get into that debate, Councillor.
Andre, please.
Sorry if I've missed this. The cost per year that's estimated, looking by that, I'm assuming between 2 and 3 million?
Yes, Councillor, that's correct. It's just north of $2 million total.
Thank you.
Tyler?
Kia ora, guys. Just have a question around option 3. Is the subvention receipts applied to 26, 27 and 27, 28 also?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning all. It's just for the first 2 years we've gone out, so $6 million in year 1 of the proposal, and 5 million in a year. It's as far as we could go out with any, I guess, level of confidence of being able to get the funds. Yep.
Okay. And with the stadium costs, when does that percentage stop? So is that when it's built?
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor. So what we're putting in for the cost of the stadium is the additional cost coming in through the rates. So once we've reached borrowed the amount in the following year from that, as Pete explained earlier, when we borrow, it's effectively a 2-year cost.
Okay.
So once that's reached capacity, but there will be ongoing commitments through to venues Otautahi. Yep.
Okay. No, that's great. Thank you.
Pauline?
Thank you. Look, mine was also on Taumata Arawai because actually previously it was the Ministry of Health had the responsibility of overseeing the water regulation, and for me it seems like it's a government department should be picking up the tab for this. Did you say that we are going to that they are consulting on this?
Yes, yes, that is correct. There's a separate consultation for the Taumata Arawai levy and for the Commerce Commission levy.
Right, and so will we see that, or is it a staff level?
Staff will put in a submission on it. Unfortunately, it closes while most of you are still away and in recess, but we will memo out to let you know what it is. The Taumata Arawai consultation is an online survey type thing. The Commerce Commission is a bit more in depth.
Well, are you intending to hit hard in this one? To fight back? Quite hard. Well, I mean, it's terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, the spotlight is on all this government, costs that they're putting on local government. And here's just another example. A 0.28% increase on our rates is huge.
Yep.
And it begs the question, should we be looking at this as our own levy, a targeted levy separated out in our rates?
And that may be a decision for the consultation so that we can point out what those extra costs
Can
are.
I suggest that we do that? We put that in as a separate levy?
We could also see whether we can fit it in on a Tuesday briefing, just so you have the overview and give some direction. But we will have to write it while you're away. But we'll see if we can.
Yeah,
It's a good idea. Yep.
Yeah.
This information has really only just arrived in the last week or so, and we had to hurriedly get something in the annual plan because it was going to be due as of starting July next year. So
I understand that.
just
I mean,
make that
it's a
provision.
terrible process. Thank you.
Mark, please.
No, thank you. My question's been covered.
Okay, Sarah?
Thanks. I'll just leave that one because if we're going to have a Tuesday briefing, I'll deal with it then. But 3D looks at the financial prudence benchmarks, and I'm just wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about that and decisions that we might have made in the LTP that have impacted that work and what we've done, around that sort of rating for renewals and those kind of things to bring that a little bit more back in line.
Sorry. Yeah.
And how that's how the advice has changed around that.
Certainly through you, Mr. Mayor. We have as part of the financial strategy, a plan to get to fully funding of renewals, moving it from debt funding to funding by rates. And it hasn't been a linear progression. It's been quite bumpy in parts. And as part of the LTP and the previous annual plan was agreed to look at that, perhaps lengthen the time that we actually take to get to fully funding for renewals and smooth out some of that lumpiness, which we have done. The impact of that is that twofold. One is that the rates have come down an amount in the early year. We were looking for that, particularly in the LTP. We paused rating for renewals for 2 years, so the rates were able to be mitigated by that amount. So the impact of that is then we need to borrow in the latter years, effectively. Well, we borrow then rather than move it to rating, so there's the debt increases because of that. Does that answer your question?
We've changed paper, please. that because it actually increases costs to ratepayers over the 10 years. And so we've made some changes in that, is that right, to try and mitigate against some unintended consequences of that decision?
Through you again, Mr. Mayor. That's correct. So the proposal for the next 3 years of annual plans, so starting in the year under question, is $5 million in each year. So that would be in $5 million in 25-26, 10, 26-27, and 15 and 27-28. That enables us to meet the balance benchmark metric by the 27-28 year. Okay.
So, but is there the potential for us to consult on increasing the rating for renewals by more than 5 million? So, because that was the original resolution. So, because 5 million is, you know, well under 1% of rates, and we were looking at higher than that.
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, absolutely, that is on the table. We haven't modelled that because we've got 5, 10, 15.
As an option.
But certainly we could put that up as part of the consultation to increase that.
Are you able to bring us information in time for the draft adoption that would enable us to work out whether we did consult on that or not?
Look, if it was Mr. Mayor, if it was the will of council to look at that as part of a consultation, then we would put a model together and with some options of what that could look like.
But we'd need to know what it looked like before we decided on whether we wanted to consult, if that makes sense. So if we could get the information on that,
it
save
does.
us significant money over that 10 years.
It could do.
Yeah.
And so some guidance on the level of amount that you'd be considering would be helpful. Yep.
Okay, but we don't have to do that today.
Correct.
We can get that. Okay, thanks.
Sam?
A few things, but probably just on that one, if we are looking at it, we probably should get a steer from the council as to where we want to get that information, because the whole point of, and I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but we should get an indication today. There's no point in doing a heap of work if it's going to get rejected. And that, I think that's what you were saying.
Through you, Your Worship, yes, correct. I think to do modelling, can we get an indication that you would like us to bring back some modelling on additional rating for renewals in time to make a decision for the draft annual plan?
So I think
is that as I've understood it?
Maybe what would be helpful is we do that later on.
Potentially do that when we're looking at other motions. Further down, we can actually have a formal. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yep.
Thanks, Sarah.
Cool.
Thank you.
Okay. So the first one is the around the Three Waters stuff as well, and I just wonder. Definitely bring it to us if you get time, in the new year. But you could go back also and have a look at the initial Three Waters proposals that were done 3 years ago with the other structure. I know we fed back then that we were unhappy with that approach because it was also, this isn't a new problem in that it was proposed to do it under that existing structure. So we could probably pick that up. The next one, Bede, I just wondered, can you talk me through, I'm sort of looking at this here, but then looking out and going, we've got the new Three Waters structure. Obviously, the ComCom are getting involved, which should help as well. What do you think that will do to a balanced budget? Because there's obviously different financial parameters around that going forward. Have you got a view on that yet?
Through you, Your Worship. A little bit difficult to speculate because we're waiting for the legislation that is imminent before we know exactly what they're going to do. But given what has driven the local water done well in the reform, I expect that we will see an increase in, or an expectation there'll be an increase in rating for renewals in order to deliver the capital that's required. But I don't know for sure. But I doubt it will go backwards. My expectation is it would increase, in which case it will. That would drive would support a balanced budget out in future years.
Yeah,
but soon to tell, but that would be my expectation.
Okay, all right, that's good to know. Thanks. And just the other one at the moment, and sorry, Peter, I don't know if we're onto it yet, but I've jumped ahead in the pack. Just around the pay equity, living wage, and settlement adjustments of, it looks like about $6 million. Can someone talk me through that? Because I thought there would be a baseline baked into the budget, so I'm thinking either it's 6 million or actually it's more than 6 million.
Yeah, look, we've done our best to estimate, if you like, what an amount is, but we don't really have clarity over that number because the matter is still going on. So we've simply put a provision in through you, Your Worship. That's really where we're at on that number. So I don't, that number, the 6 million there covered other remuneration matters as well. It wasn't just the living wage. There were other remuneration adjustments embedded in it. The living wage component is part of it, but we don't really have any visibility, and we've made a provision for that.
Do we know, though, I guess what stands out to me is we obviously would have had a baseline baked into the LTP.
Correct.
So what's the sort of cumulative effect of that? And that if you got 6 million additional now, I'm assuming there's a couple of million already sitting in the baseline budget.
Yes, so as you can see, so in very round order terms, from the current financial year, we're in at about 265, it goes to 277. That was what was in the LTP. This is on top of that, and living wages, the pay equity is a component of it, but there are some other parts that have driven it as well.
So that's like an 18 mil sort of overall increase with what's in the baseline and what's proposed here.
265, sort of in that order, of which 12 to 13 had been 12 to 13 had already been budgeted for.
Yep.
And part of that, of course, was for areas like Parakiori coming online, and the additional remuneration drove some of that 265 to 277.
Right. Okay. And just
yes, and I beg your pardon, and parks.
Yeah. Okay. And just the other one, and I know it's one we've raised before around the staff capitalisation reduction. So we've had this raised at audit and risk previously, and it seems to be an issue that we get picked up at year end most of the time. Can you just give me confidence that we are on a routine basis reviewing our capital budget so we don't get caught out?
After you, Mr. Mayor, that's absolutely we can, and that's what the reason why that line item is in there. Looking at methodology, looking at process, and making sure that we only capture that
What
time
can be
and cost
capitalised.
that is appropriate. Yep.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, Yanni, please.
Thanks. So just legally, are we required to pay the money to the water regulator?
Yes.
And so that's currently in legislation.
So not yet. They're consulting on it, but once it's passed, we will be required to.
Right. And why would we put the money ahead of it being legislation? Sorry, why would we put the money ahead of it being legislation?
Because just reminding, this is for the annual plan, that's 1 July next year, so it'll definitely be in place by then.
But we don't know what the outcome of the legislation would be.
We need to put something in there. It's not going to be zero. So we need to put the best estimate, which is what they've put out. It may go up, may go down. Yeah.
Okay, just one more time here. So they've said here it's coming. We don't know the number. We will submit backwards and say we're not happy. Something is coming. If it's better than what we've allowed for, we'll get a bit of a win back down at annual plan time in July. But at this stage, we've got to factor it in as if what they're saying is going to happen.
And I'm still kind of confused. Is there any documents that we've got around this?
Yep, the document with the ink still dripping off it from last week. Is that right, Brett?
And we'll we have got some FAQs and bits and pieces, but we'll go over those next Tuesday for the briefing.
Right. Okay. And just, do you want any transport related questions now?
No, not yet. This is all item 3 at the moment, mate.
Right. So this is the one with anything non-transport related in the draft annual plan.
This is the first report.
Okay, cool. So can I just get an understanding? So, and I think Rupert's got a question, but I did want to move or foreshadow an amendment that council confirm that funding is available to get a feasibility report on the upgrading of Washington Way Skate Park to host national and international competitions.
It's nothing to do with this bit.
Yeah, it is. And provide an upgraded vertical skate element. So it might be helpful if staff respond, but we're recommending, we had a resolution in the annual plan around getting a report back on options. Obviously, that needs more time. But just in terms of going forward, I just want to make sure that we've got enough project or feasibility funding to get that work done in time to inform the draft the final draft annual plans.
There's three things that we're going for that we're going to move in second coming up, and one of them is, has anyone got any foreshadowed motion? So that'll be coming up.
Yeah,
real
but
soon.
the question that I need to get answered from staff is, what is that likely cost? Do we need to make budget provision for it?
Yeah, Rupert is
Cool.
going to answer this very well.
Thank you. Can I just get some clarity on, are you talking about exactly at Washington Skate Park or a different location?
So, I mean, I presume it would look at other locations. Certainly the deputation that came in suggested Washington, and there were two requests. One was for the vertical ramp, because that was for Olympic training, training for nationals, internationals. And then the second was what would be required for it to be able to host national and international competitions. So, I don't think I mean, obviously that's where the deputation focused, but obviously the feasibility should look at where it's best to deliver.
Sure. There's a few things to consider. I guess this would be OPEX driven in terms of a planning stage, and we're kind of estimating around between 50 and 75k. That would cover planning, engagement, environmental issues, geotech, and design and site locations. So around that number.
Cool. So there'll be my foreshadowed
Thank you.
amendment. Thanks.
You would, Andre, please. Done. Aaron.
Yeah, just on the submission to read the costs from the ComCom and the water regulator, because I think it's so important, can we get our submission, and it can be a very simple one, but I think the messaging to government needs to be voted on by full council, not just come up in the break. So can we have that for next Wednesday's finance meeting, and then we can sign it off and speak to it and so on and so forth?
To the F&P, yep, we could attach, we can certainly attach the consultation document and a cover thing and then debate it, yep.
Yeah, because I think it's too important to let slip. It's 1/3% on rates. So cool,
Roger
thank
that.
you.
Okay, Victoria.
I think my question's way simpler. It's in relation to 3E and pausing the targeted rate. Am I correct that it's only 2 years that are left on that rate?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's 3 years to go.
Because the 4.16 says the remaining 2 years of the cathedral.
Okay, sorry.
Includes the current year.
Okay, yeah, that includes the current. Yeah, sure. 3 years to go, including the current year. So we're pausing it for 2 years, correct?
Okay, and so the question is, looking at the funds that we've already collected and ring-fenced and using the current deposit rates, how long before we'd have that 10 million and ready to go? In the event that a small miracle happens and the cathedral reconstruction starts again.
To you, Mr. Mayor, it's a good question. Look, I'm not aware of that number off hand. It's about
Okay, it may not be relevant. It's not relevant to today, but can I have that information, please?
for sure.
Through you, Your Worship. If we had a few minutes, we could give an estimate of the time frame and we can come back. It won't,
Yeah,
we just don't want
we
to
are
do it
going
off
to
our
make
head.
time for
Yeah.
breaks going
Right.
through that, so you can.
It's a good question, and we can make sure we just have that number. But give us
Better because, I mean, a miracle must be highly likely.
Melanie.
It's Christmas.
Mel.
Sorry, this is just a question from the tables that are included. So on page 21, this is the things impacting rates. Could I have a reminder about the digital budget increase? I can't remember what we were told.
Which one?
Digital?
Yeah. The through you and Lynn might be able to help, but some of those higher increases are licensing costs that's driven partly because, and I'm looking to Lynn here, but it's driven partly because actually we just get the rates go up in terms of our licensing costs, but we're also moving more towards what's known as software as a service, where we get the software and we have an arrangement where we pay an operating license rather than buying the software and putting it in on our system as capital. So if we do the buying of the software and put it into our systems, that's a borrowed money and that's capital. Whereas if we just get it software as a service is a bit like a lease arrangement or a licensing arrangement, and we pay as we go, and that's funded from rates. So there's a sort of a couple of drivers there that are driving that cost up.
So what's the benefit of leasing as a service?
Yeah.
So this is very common across all organisations, and increasingly over the last few years, many organisations have moved from CapEx to OpEx, and that includes digital subscriptions in libraries, etc., etc. So it's the trend. The benefits are that we are able to maintain our upgrades as we go. We're not investing a whole lot of money into capital, which is then depreciated over very short periods of time. So it's a more accurate reflection of exactly what service we're getting. So that's really the key drivers. The other element here is that we are increasing staff in certain facilities, and nowadays most of our staff actually have to have access to digital in order to do their jobs. So there's a combination of increase in volume, increase in price, and a switch from CapEx to OpEx.
And through just by a couple of other points, Your Worship, to add to that, is it allows a slightly more targeted use of who needs what software rather than just putting it on. So it's a bit more, and it also enables greater security around our cyber security systems and so on, because the upgrades come through on a regular basis and are done really as part of the licence. So there are a number of benefits to it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, good answer. Thank you. Pauline, do you have another question?
Yep, just on the same page that Mel was on there. I just think I'm going a bit mad, but in the CapEx summary of changes...
He's finally woken up to
it. Reduction in borrowing reduces cost of finance. Shouldn't that be a negative there?
Page you want?
Back at... You had it up, had the table up a minute ago, 21, page 21. Shouldn't that be a reduction? Yeah, the second line. If you reduce your borrowing, the cost of finance and debt repayment. Well, maybe it's just the wording you've used, but I would have thought that would be a minus.
Reduction in borrowing reduces cost of finance.
It's the second one, CapEx summary of changes.
Doesn't mean we're making something OpEx instead of CapEx.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think there's a number of things in that space, and we've just tried to, I guess, minimise the words when doing the describing.
Yeah, I figured it must be something like that.
So it is we are borrowing, so the net cost and interest is down, but we are seeing an increase in the margins across the borrowings that we, when we borrow from LGFA. But I'll have a look at that wording and come back. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. So we've... Yanni, please.
Sorry, it just a lot of stuff's changed since we've had our workshops, and it's just quite confusing to understand some of it. So the plan change, I'm just looking at the staff recommendation on the increased resources to support plan change. The budget is being put into the draft annual plan, or it's not?
Consulted on.
Sorry, so
the resource at the moment, it's not in there, and the question is whether to put in and consult on that additional budget.
So okay, so we've got something we know we need to do. We've been delayed at doing. There's huge community pressure to do it, but then we've got something that's not even in legislation yet that we're building into our draft annual plan. Like, I'm just trying to understand the kind of logic around that. Like, so is it? I mean, do I just move an amendment to put the resource in, a foreshadowed amendment?
Yeah, you could foreshadow.
To put that in and substitute the Te Mara Atarai
No, you couldn't.
levy? Is that the best way of doing it, or?
You could foreshadow. You could put it in when we get to that
the foreshadow bit,
yes,
which is
or
very,
other
very
motions.
soon.
Right, but what I'm still struggling to understand. Like, I thought previously we were told this was going to be in the plan. Now we're being told it's not in the plan, and we're going to consult on it.
The last briefing had it as a consultation.
The 26th of November, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So the last briefing was definitely had it out and consulted.
Right.
Okay. Right. Now, yes. Sarah.
Sorry. Since we're looking at things that are in or not in, based on our decision the other day on the Kart Club, have we taken out any money budgeted for moving the Kart Club now? Is that a saving that we've managed to achieve?
We haven't. I don't think we've, through you, Your Worship, I don't think we've done any modelling on that in the annual plan as a result of the paper that came, but I'd have to check.
Yeah, I think that would be a good saving. Thanks.
Okay. So
I'd have to check.
It's CapEx money, but we'll.
Okay, so righto, so we've got item 3, just the draft annual plan, Recs 1, 2 and 4, which are just noting ones. I'm happy to move it and Pauline's happy to second it. The next one is Rec 3 and I'm going to move option 3 and Pauline's happy to second it. Then we've got, just for the draft annual plan, 4 shadowed motions for Rec 3, 1, 2 or 4 shadowed motions, and then any other motions that anyone wants to put in for item 3. So what we'll do now, if anyone's got any motions at all, any other motions or foreshadowed motions, now's the time. We'll have 10 or 15 minutes and we'll get everyone who's got some to bring them up and we'll digest them and get them in the right.
Okay, sounds good. And I need to talk to you as well.
We'll find.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be quick today, so we'll take as long as we like. But we'll put this foreshadowed. Anyone's got any foreshadowed motions on item 3, we'll put them in. And if anyone's got any other, not foreshadowed ones, but any other general motions on item 3, we'll put those in. We'll digest the whole lot when we come back. Yanni.
It's just there seems to be like sort of two processes happening here, and I just want to get clarity. There's the draft annual plan, which I understand, that's clear. We move an amendment, something either goes in the draft or it goes out of the draft. But there's also the report back from the LTP with a number of actions that we were going to consider that would be done as part of this year. So, like, for example, the Washington Way or the skateboarding one that I want to move would actually be for this current financial year to get the work done to inform the draft annual plan. So I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm moving it in the right place or with the right wording so that it doesn't get delayed a year.
So my understanding is the previous workshops have reported back and covered all the resolutions that were made in the LTP for things that needed to be done in the annual plan 25-26. So that they've been reported back in the workshops. So the Washington Way issue is we'll come back with some information about the current what the spend is in the current year and what the future is.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Yep,
Otherwise, I'm happy. We've got a parks, a sports report on Wednesday. I'm happy to move it if it's better to move it there. That's why I just want to get that clarity. So I don't want to waste.
we'll find out a bit more information in the break.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm just reflecting back on the long-term plan and the whole bunch of reports that were changed because of, what was that word that they used? Materiality. What's happening with all of those reports? Are they coming to us before February?
So all, as I said, all the things. So there were a number of resolutions that you made about things you wanted to report back on, changes in the annual ready for this annual plan. They have been reported back in the briefings and workshops you've had to date. There's another batch that are for subsequent annual plans, and they some of them are still being worked on, and we'll come back to you.
Oh, there's one missing, and I'm not sure whether it's coming in February or not.
So what's that one?
Wharenui.
Was that we've got a schedule. We'll see whether that was listed for this annual plan or whether it was for a subsequent annual plan, because that may be a subsequent one because it may not be affected because Parikori doesn't open, but we'll check.
Yeah. I think we've got another year left off the top of my head, but I just want to make sure.
So it might be a subsequent
Weird timing
annual
thing.
plan.
So just so everyone's clear, if you've got any foreshadowed motions or any other motions on item 3, now's the time to do it. We'll go away for as long as it takes. Pete.
Just briefly, to helpful with some of these questions, if you look at the attachment annual plan staff recommendations presented to council, that refers to all those LTP carry forward actions, the staff advice and the staff recommendation that is baked into this report. If someone has an alternate view to the staff advice, this would be the place to put that forward.
All right. And Andre, did you have one question?
The agenda mentioned that they were going to have advice to us on the cathedral targeted levy by today.
Yes.
Do we have that, and can it be sent to us?
Yes, we have legal advice on what can and can't be done there and how to do it. It's very recent. We can, with your agreement, Mr. Chair, we can send that out.
Thank you. Cool.
And Russell?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just in relation to the question that was asked on how long it would take to, if the funds were just invested, we expect to have about $5 million by the end of this year, and current interest rates or projected interest rates be about 10 to 12 years before we got up to $7 million.
Is that right, Vic? You've got that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Wouldn't be high.
Melanie and then Pauline.
Lost my page. With the staff recommendations of other items on page 24, so are those going into the... We're not building them in, but if we want to have... Or currently we're not building them in, but if we want them to be consulted on, is that automatic, or will we make that decision at the draft plan stage next time? When do we make that decision on stuff we want consulted but isn't included in the budget?
I don't have the same page numbering you do. Can you tell me what item in the report you're looking at?
Well, it's attachment D, item 3.
Attachment D, item 3. Can you just give...
Light plan, change money, network plan, Southwest Dog Park, well, don't worry about that, Sockburn Park, etc.
Yeah, this is the one that I just mentioned earlier. This is all the staff advice to the workshops over the last few months.
Yeah.
And giving an indication of what the staff advice is.
But if we wanted them included for consultation, do we do that decision now, or do we do that when we actually put the draft out?
So you're saying not built into the recommendation 3, but actually included in the document for consultation?
Yeah, if we wanted to do it that way, when do we do that? Is it now or later?
Could be now or could be February, because what we're trying to build today is what the base is, and then additional items that we consult on could be covered in February, but you could indicate them today so we can do some work on them as well.
Do some work, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Pauline, then we'll have 10 minutes.
Mine's just a reading thing on page 27 where we've got the Lincoln Road PT, and it says defer funding and complete business case. Does that mean defer the business case or complete the business case?
That's
Let's do that in the next.
Can we find out? Yep.
No, we'll do that in the next report. It's a transport.
It's transport.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll have 10, and I'm sure it's going to be more than that, but so 10 minutes at least. So if anyone's got any foreshadow motions or extra motions, please come up and fire them in. Thank you. we had one foreshadowed motion and 6 other motions for item 3. You've all had the sheet with the 6 other motions on it, so you can digest it. So we've got movers and seconders for all of these. The foreshadowed motion is from Councillor McClellan that instead of going for recommendation 3, option 3, go for option 1.
So we don't have a seconder for that, sorry.
And the seconder is, you've got one? Yeah, cool. So now we're going to debate on...
And we will need seconders for each of these.
As we go down them, yeah, and I'm sure we will.
Okay. So if we just go down the...
Okay.
Just on some of them we've got the rates increase and others they don't. I'd like, is there a rates increase on each of the amendments? I'm just wondering, seeing we're in a rates... Okay.
What we do after we've done the debate, and we'll vote individually on the motions, and as you say, you need to know the rates.
Yeah,
but then the staff will go away and tell us how much what we have just voted on has increased.
Well, I can't vote on anything I don't know the increase
So
on.
where there is a rate impact, that is known what the rate impact is there on that piece of paper. So perhaps if we do just walk through each one of these and clarify what they are.
Okay.
Is that best of this
Before we go to...
So if there is a potential increase, I don't know, and it would be... Yeah. It would be responsible not to vote on something you don't know the increase of. That would be the responsible.
So these guys can talk about it.
Yeah. So if we move through, if people are happy that we just walk through each one of these one by one, so everyone's clear what they are, that will enable your debate on them.
Okay.
Noting that this is just agreeing for these amendments, if they pass, to go into the draft.
And so
nothing's concrete.
Yeah.
I realise, but it's a really simple question.
We're going to cover it. Yep, we're going to cover it.
Okay.
Let's come back
so
in
we'll start
February,
off with
right?
number 1.
Number 1, which is requesting advice on increasing rating for renewals, including the impact on rates and total cost savings to ratepayers over the remaining 9 years of the long-term plan. That's been moved by Councillor Templeton.
Yep.
That's just for advice. So at that point, the advice will come back and talk about rate increase.
But the issue that I'd like to clarify is that staff already know that it's not a trade-off, and that if we increase the rating for renewals, there will be an increase in rates to the first year.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Through you, Ms. Media, that's correct. So we'll do some modelling on some couple of options and what that look like, and for the rates impact on each of those years.
Modelling aside, you don't need to do modelling. You already know that there will be an increase to rates if you take that approach in the first year.
Correct.
Okay. So we're just talking about number 1 at this stage. Andre?
Thank you. If it impacts all remaining 9 years, how can it be considered as part of an annual plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what we will bring back is advice on what we could look at, what council could consider consulting on. It will show all the 9 years, but you're quite correct. We're only making a decision on the annual plan year, the year 25-26.
Thank you.
Okay. Pauline?
Does that enter into materiality though? Because we went through this in quite detail with the LTP.
Can I just check though, because staff have already increased rating for renewals as part of the annual plan. So they've already done a little bit. So my question is, if we did a bit more, what would that look like? Being that in the LTP, if we had stuck to our guns and done the rating for renewals we had been planning, we'd have saved $15 million in interest over the 10 years. So I want to know what it would look like and what we might save if we increased rating for renewals a little bit now.
Well, I think that was done in the LTP anyway, wasn't it?
So at this stage, you're not making the decision. You're just making the decision whether you want some advice about it.
Okay. Tim?
Yeah. So just on that, will the advice have in it around sort of like the ComCom information? Because obviously that'll have a major impact, like the question sort of answer we had before. I mean, is that going to be possible to get that advice in time? Because it's just, I think Andre's point was very, very valid, which was this is talking about 9 years. and yet we've got new legislation coming in, and the Comcom obviously dealing with it as well. Is it likely to be able to get that? If we're going to get advice on it, and you're going to spend time on it, we need the full picture, and are we able to get that by the end of January?
Look, through you, Your Worship, we'd seek to model in the very best information we had at the time, Councillor, and the legislation is imminent, but we don't know what it is, and it may be subject to regulation. But what we would seek to do is make sure any current advice that was around local water done well was also reflected in some shape or form in that. Whether we'd have much in the way of information that would enable us, I can't comment, but we'd be able to tell you when it came back whether it did or did not, or to what extent it included that advice, that current information.
Right, okay.
Can I just clarify though, I'm not asking for us to increase rating for renewals every year for 9 years, but if we increased it for next year, what would the impact be? Because a lot of the impact in the savings comes in lowered interest costs because we've borrowed less money.
Okay, so actually, shall we just clarify in that motion? So it's saying request staff to provide us an increasing rate of renewals in the financial year annual plan.
I guess what I'm trying to work out though is
including the
I think that's what I'm just trying to establish. It's back to Tim's point, is like there must be a range of rate increase, Sarah, you've got in your mind in terms of the rating for renewals. Like you wouldn't have just, this won't be on the fly, so you must have an indication of a range.
It was just based on the information that we'd had in the long-term plan, because we increased it by a little bit in the long-term plan.
Correct.
It's unclear the percentage because I've said 5 million, so I can't go on a percentage because I've said 5 million here rather than a percentage.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to tell. So it's like if we were managing to get back to what we had been planning on doing, kind of thing. Not huge.
Would it be helpful if Sarah put a range in of the rate increase? Just so we have just back to Tim's point, which is we're putting a lot of pressure on the community, and we kind of, before we vote on these, should know, is it 1%, is it 2%, is it 3% in terms of that impact?
It's not a percentage on rates.
Well, it's an increase in revenue, which by definition is an increase.
Yeah, except that the way that the staff have framed it for us at the moment is a dollar value rather than a percentage, so it's hard for me to give a percentage when that's not how the information has been framed to start with.
But if it's $1, we can easily get the percentage.
That's why I've asked for
that's how we've done
information, because I don't have the information on all of that. So I can't give that because there's not the information available.
So we don't, okay.
Does that make sense? I'm just asking for the information on ways to save money.
It doesn't, because I'm nervous about doing it given I don't have a range.
Because if we're asking, as you see, if we're just asking for the information before we vote on it, because we're just asking and voting on getting the information.
That's right.
But I do not want it to carry over to say, oh, you voted yes for this, so therefore it's going to happen.
No, absolutely.
So
it's just asking for information.
I cannot vote on anything I don't know the added
what I was trying to get to is whether, given the amendments put up there, just what the mover was thinking in terms of the banding, but we clearly haven't got that, so that's okay.
No. Okay, everyone happy? Right.
Do you not want it to look sexy?
We'll go to the next one, everyone. Now this one is actually quite simple.
Now, actually, do we have shall we get a seconder for that one? So
M2?
No, M1.
We had
Tyler.
Oh, did you? Oh, great. Okay.
So M2, we've got a seconder of Tyrone. Now this is actually quite simple. It's X number of dollars and it's going to make 0.01%. So is that quite clear, Aaron?
I thought when we voted on this during the LTP, it was for a delivery within 2 years, and we were to take it out to the group that submitted because they would deliver the project. Like, it's a large wooden ramp. I could get a builder to do it for the 75 without it being a feasibility assessment. Like, you can literally build the ramp for 75k. No, it's wood. These are wood. You'd kill yourself if it's concrete. Oh, yeah, but that's a council price.
No. It was a community project. The community building.
Righto. Tyler?
Good. Okay.
For parks, is the 75k using internal budgets or is it external for a consultant to be able to do the work on it?
There'll be a little bit of both.
Okay, so that's requiring extra OPEX for staff to be able to provise on it?
That as well, but there will also be external noise consultants required and other consultants to get it across the line consent-wise.
Okay, and has any work been done on it so far after the long-term plan bid?
Only just meeting with stakeholders in terms of some really early planning stages.
And what was the feedback from them?
A little bit of mixed feedback in terms of the vert ramp and locations, but nothing really locked down. It's a little bit more complex than just building a ramp somewhere.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we did have a meeting, and one of the challenges is that if you're increasing the risk of noise, then you need to get really good planning advice. So that seems quite simple, just putting something in. Actually, there was some complications around resource management that staff need the ability to look at. But yeah, I mean, I did have up to, but I think we need to have the top amount. But the group is really keen to work with us on doing this as in the most affordable way possible. But there are some technical challenges with the planning process around it, where staff did identify that they did need some budget to get it to that next step. So
right, thank you. Tyrone, then Andre, and we'll move on to the next one.
So this is just on item 2. So I read in the paper that the Commonwealth Games feasibility study cost about $1,100 of staff time. Why is this 75 grand?
Again, this is just an early number, but we're just not sure. There's quite a little bit of work to do. It's not just going to look and things. There's consultant costs that drive it. Ballpark.
You start getting into
the
noise.
Commonwealth Games study didn't do site analysis, etc. And so you need geotechnical, you need proper.
I think a lot of the information, was at
packet
hand as well. So apples and oranges.
Andre.
Thank you. I'm not clear what the issues with noise would be. There's a skate park there now.
That's just.
You still talk me through what's the difference between this and what was going to be done anyway?
we didn't have a specific project because people were reluctant. I was keen to put capital on, but people were reluctant to put a capital figure in our LTP ahead of getting a report back on the potential costs. The staff have engaged and are working with the skaters around some of the designs that they've put forward. And the view was that we're going to get a report back to council, but if we want to take it to that next step, we need some money to do a detailed feasibility because of some of the concerns around some of the planning environments that we have at Washington Way.
So nothing will advance without this? Is that... Well, I guess that's...
There's a resolution to get a report back to council, which can still come back.
So there's already a report planning to come to us?
But that report doesn't... Well, at the moment, this would actually mean that once that report came back, there was money to progress to the next step, rather than having to wait for another year to get the budget in place to do the
When's
work.
that report due to come to us?
There's no date at the moment.
These may be a Rupert question.
So no, it won't be in time for the annual, it won't be before, because the paper's coming back in February for the annual plan. So this is actually putting money on budget. And when you're saying 75k, this is what we're estimating we'll need. We won't just spend 75k for the sake of it. It's enough holding money in there to do the work. And if we don't spend it all, we won't spend it all.
Okay, Tyler.
Andre asked all my questions.
Okie doke. Number 3, please, M3. Andre.
I understand a report is due to come back to council. Do we have any indication on when that may be?
Oh, sorry, before we go any further, is there a seconder? I'll send it to you.
Oh, I've just got a question.
Right, Mel. Thank you. Sorry, carry on, Andrew.
We are preparing the report as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Obviously, it won't be this side of Christmas,
Won't be this
but
side
it'll
of
be
Christmas.
very quick, as soon as you're back, basically.
Cool. So it would be before annual plan process in February. That's what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
Sam?
It's a really dumb question. Why do we need a noting amendment?
This is because the initial motion was to remove the funding and we actually identified there's no funding in the annual plan year, so we're noting that there's no CapEx in the annual plan year.
So we're noting to take money out that we haven't got.
You'll be able to support it because it's a fact.
Well, it just seems very. Well,
there's 4.1 million in total on budget there in the
I guess what I'm
in the
trying to work out
following
is,
year, which refers to that.
I mean, we're noting that advice coming back, which is what we talked about at the last meeting, but we're putting it in again. I'm just maybe I'm missing something. But
it's because we tweaked the resolution from Councillor Templeton was to
remove the
funding, and when we actually checked the capital programme, there was no funding. So
we've just changed it to note it.
Yeah.
That
So
seems a
when
good use of time.
Yeah.
But there's still another 3.9 million in there for the year following.
So we are making, the thing is we are making changes to multiple years during this process. When I first put the resolution in, it wasn't clear, and in fact staff had to look it up as well, where the funding was sitting, because that information isn't in front of us today. So I put the resolution up to remove it, and when I'd asked, people weren't clear. It turns out it's not in the next financial year, but we are making resolutions on multiple years for funding. So
this could come through at any stage. It doesn't need to be part of the annual plan process.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to understand though, and I must be missing it, is it's a noting amendment, so it's not asking for anything, or am I missing something?
Yeah.
Like, am I missing something?
Well,
you're missing
probably wasting more time
million.
with the questions than we would have just passing it.
Or just...
Right, so, okay. So, but, sorry to be a pain, I just want to get this right. So, even if we vote for it, nothing changes?
No, that's right.
Right.
So,
if you vote for it or against it, nothing changes.
Okay, thank you.
Really, it doesn't need to be there next year's, in theory. Yanni?
Do we know how much operational funding is attached to planning for this?
No, not at the moment, but we can come back, we can clarify that, but no, we don't know that off the top of our heads now.
Right, because if we wanted to make a rate saving, obviously that would be the money that you'd remove or reallocate to something else as a substitution.
When the advice comes back in the new year, we can cover that.
Okay. Next one, M4. It's Yanni and Mel. And it's got the rates increase written there. Tyler.
Kia ora, John here. Cool. How am I going to word this? With a annual plan increase in the budget of 1.13 mil, what would that do for us?
Haven't quantified that exactly, but that will allow us to progress the priority plan change list at a quicker pace.
Okay.
So we'll have more staff. It's two components to this. One is some additional staff, and the second is consultancy budget to allow us to get specialists for plan changes, such as coastal scientists for plan change 12 and things like that.
Okay, and where are you at the moment in terms of capacity?
We are at capacity, so we have people working on all plan changes at the moment to the capacity they can.
And which plans are currently being pushed aside to be able to get through the most?
There's a long list, but obviously we can put more resource onto some of the plan changes. So at the moment they're on a slower path because we've only got limited resource on each of them, and there is a longer list of plan changes as well. And then we have the government reform program, which will probably necessitate more planning work coming in next year as well.
Okay, last question was, if this was to pass, are there any plans that you'd actually prioritise? Is there a top 3 of priorities over the next couple of years to be able to push through your capacity?
Yeah, there's some the priority plan change list has been through to council, so it's about sort of putting that through quicker. But plan change 12, coastal hazards, the industrial interface, and finishing off plan change 14 and 13 as well. There are a number of priorities.
Okay. So just to clarify, nothing's changed from what was reported in the previous workshops?
There's nothing additional.
So what you've traversed and agreed in the workshops.
Great. No, thanks.
Can I just also clarify with the team, at the moment in the draft you were proposing to consult on this, and this is saying edit in.
Correct.
Yep. So just so everyone's aware,
and that's why that
option
number's
3.
there, the 0.15. Carry on, Tim.
I had two quick questions for two people. One is for you first, John. If this wasn't approved, what would be the outcome? What would be the result?
So because it's split into two, the consultancy budget would be overspent, I think, because we only have 150,000 for the year in for consultants to support plan changes, and we need acoustic, coastal scientists, all sorts of different people. And the second part is additional staff, so that would just slow down the amount of work we could do on plan changes.
Thank you. The second question to you, Mary, unfortunately. With this as a plan changes being a priority, with regards to kind of stealing from one to kind of cover the other, would there be an adjustment in the funding to account for this from, say, another area? So substitute whatever it is that put in front of us.
So as we've traversed in the workshops, we've been through looking at where we can redeploy resources or not fill vacancies. And so those have all been trimmed out. Yep. And you would have seen in our budgets the number of our staff increases have been on our frontline services, and we have cut back all the discretionary funding to the core. So we have left vacancies open to find savings. We have reduced staffing on the back room already. So at this stage we have not identified where we could find 1.3 and not impact on service delivery.
Yeah, because the Minister of Transport asked Wakatahi with regards to what were the costs of the increased requirements for traffic management, and they had no idea. But it just seems this is a question perhaps for the Minister of Local Government. All these requests from central government, plan changes, etc. I'm sure that Wellington has no idea what the pressure on local government is that they are requiring and the true cost. Thank you.
And Jane.
I think Mary answered it. So is this the exact same as what was presented in our workshop? It's just that we're proposing to bake it in as opposed to consult on it.
That's right. Yep.
Sounds
Go
good.
to it. Right. Okay. M6. Andre?
Just responding to Tim's questions about rating impact. So, according to calculations, 5 million on a 7.7 million would be a 0.65% rating impact.
So we'll get finance to provide advice on that, just because that just protects you from doing that. So at the moment, this is just staff advice, and the staff advice will come back with that.
Victoria?
I thought I heard a reference from Russell that you've had some legal advice on this and that you were able to share that with us. Could you just remind me what that is, please?
I'll pass to Peter.
That's correct. We've just got the legal advice in a day or two back, and we will circulate it to all councillors. In essence, the advice is that provided we consult and are transparent, the accumulated fund can be used for another purpose, including reducing the general rate.
Sorry, that surprises me, because I thought we had a clause in there to say if we didn't use it, the cathedral, it had to go to heritage. But I thought,
I think what we'd like to do is we've only just got the advice, we circulate it and digest it and come back with it, I think is probably the better way.
Okay, righto. Look again, please.
Can I just ask a question of my colleague that whether you're appraised of the long and very political and publicly divisive history to this issue in bringing this amendment, because there's quite a history to it that's gone back since the earthquake, of which time you were probably still a teenager. So are you appraised of the history to this matter and fully informed before you bring this amendment?
Indeed I am, and I'm very aware that the council decided to introduce a targeted rate against the majority of submissions. I'm not too young to not be aware of any of that.
Cool. So I just want to check with legal. So this would set a precedent that we can pretty much renege on any deal we want going forward. So we can go out to the public, consult, make a promise and then go, you know what, we've changed our mind. We're not going to.
So
It's just asking for advice.
Responding to this now, yes, as Councillor Norton said, this is just, we would come back with that advice.
Yeah, I could ask for advice from my wife on joining a swingers club, but I don't think it's going to go down there.
Rightio. Here we go. Number.
Keep it clean.
Number 5, please. Number 5. Aaron, do you want to talk to that at all?
What's that? I think this is a very dangerous precedent to be going down.
Number 5. Number 5.
We're not in debate.
I agree. Absolutely agree.
Sorry, this is a dangerous precedent because it would save us money. That'd be very unusual. But no, this one's pretty simple. It's just, and I'll speak on behalf of our community board. We're in a facility that's just been renovated and it didn't need it. We've got brand new carpet, brand new paint.
You're not debating.
And the question would be what?
What's that? So I'm just.
Seconder, you're not debating it now.
Oh yeah.
Thank you very much.
Just a reminder to everybody that
Jake was going to second that.
The LTP added in additional money for facilities because you weren't falling behind on maintenance and what. So this is reversing that decision. Yep, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question, not debate.
Okay, far away. Yeah.
Which I understand in principle. Like I just need clarification on what non-essential is because it isn't maintenance by.
In the advice.
Oh, it is. Sorry,
yep.
I missed that. Sorry.
Great.
Thank you.
Must have been the
Now,
concussion.
Can I just check with the mover? Aaron, are you just talking about maintenance or are you talking about renewals as well? Because they're quite different things. The maintenance is like, fixing toilets when they're broken, that kind of stuff. The renewals are things like putting in the extra carpet and stuff. So do you mean the renewals or do you mean maintenance? Do you want to fix broken stuff or just not do renewals?
Yeah, well, maintenance, we can put /renewals because because non-essential would be like a broken toilet. I'd call that an essential fix, or water coming through your roof, essential. But non-essential is carpet. Yeah, and paint and so /renewals. So that makes more sense.
Thank you. That's good.
That's good. Thanks.
Number. No one else?
7. Could we just potentially provide some advice about this one because we are advices that it's out of order and it's not appropriate, but we do want to...
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Look, the Water Services Act permits Te Mata Arawai to levy a fee, and that's what they're doing. The legislation, when it comes, will almost inevitably do the same for the Commerce Commission. And so we don't really have any choice, and because it's so foreseeably likely under the accounting standards, now that we've been advised of it, we have to put a provision in, which is our best estimate, and that's what we've been advised by in the letter. So that's why we're strongly recommending.
So we'd potentially rule this one out of order.
Yanni?
Doesn't this jeopardise our submission because it predetermines a quantum that we may be likely to pay to government and signals that we're happy to pay it? So if we're making a submission to the legislation and the legislation hasn't been agreed yet,
so just clarifying, for Te Mata Arawai, it's in their legislation.
Right. And so
for
what's
the Commerce Commission, it's not. So now they're just going through the process of actually setting the levy, but they have the right to levy.
Right, but we don't know what the quantum is, and presumably we'll make submissions around the justification for the quantum, and we haven't even had that conversation yet as a council in terms of our submission. So why would we be flagging to them ahead of?
So we're going to include it in the draft annual plan. You'll be striking the draft annual plan on 1 July. You'll be going out to consultant by then. The submissions will be in the consideration. We know it's coming, so it would be irresponsible not to vote.
But isn't it?
And if it works out as less, we'll take it as a win. But you've got to allow something for it, and that's the best stab.
But if you're the government and you're gonna go set a levy, and someone's saying, "Oh, we can't afford it. We don't think it's reasonable." Oh, but you've already budgeted for it, so you can pay it. Like it just undermines our ability to make a submission.
But we've got to allow for it because something will happen.
They have budgeted, but we've still got a rate for
So
it.
is that one, do we not vote on that when it comes to it? No, okay. Right. So now we move on to all the recommendations 1 to 4 and the other motions for
And
debate.
So we're just also removing E3. But
Yeah, that's right. Page 3. The top of page 3 is where we're at. Debate. But did you say we're taking one out of there?
Yep.
Taking
Isn't it?
the cat club out.
That one's up.
And that one out. Righto. So far away, who would like to go first on all the recommendations 1 to 4 and any other motions? So open slather on anything that we've talked about to this point. Sarah.
Thanks so much. I'd really like to encourage colleagues to vote for the additional resolution one there on rating for renewals. It is just asking for advice, and it's stuff that we did deal with a little bit in the LTP. And I'd be disappointed if colleagues didn't vote to ask for information that could enable significant savings for residents. In the LTP, if we had taken what was identified as the more financially prudent option by staff, by sticking to our plans to increase rating for renewals, we'd have saved $15 million for residents. Yes, it is really hard for residents now. It's really hard for residents every year, which is why we always try our best to find savings. But it will be really hard next year too, and it will be really hard the year after because costs are not going down. The increases might be levelling out, but costs aren't going down. However, if we continue to kick the can down the road, increasing costs in future years unnecessarily, then things will never get better for residents. So it's time that we were more prudent with residents' hard-earned money and looked past the short-term sugar hits for the longer-term benefits. We are just asking for advice on this one to see what the range could be, just like we're just asking for advice on what the range and the savings potentially could be for facilities maintenance. We don't know what that quantum would be at this stage. We don't know what the quantum would be at this stage. So I just encourage people to ask for advice. Thanks.
Okay, Timothy and then Mel.
Yeah, look, thank you, and thank you to the councillors that brought these changes up. I think we are at a crunch time where a lot of our ratepayers are doing it really hard, so we do have to look at this incredibly carefully, and I think establishing the difference between renewals and maintenance is a really important one, because if we don't do the maintenance, the renewals start to go out the door, and we just can't afford to do that. I would like to see the question put by Councillor Templer with regards to rating for renewals. That question had been asked some time ago, but it's good to keep asking those questions to keep the pencil sharp. The one which I will support without any question, and it is an increase, but it's kind of a cutting a hidden cost, is the plan changes and resources for that. This has been continually thrown at us by central government, who keep telling their staff and the public and the media that, oh, we are looking to cut the costs and reduce and tax cuts, etc. But look at the cost throughout New Zealand on the people, the rates payers through councils. It's kind of a hidden cost they don't pick up, but they are forcing on our ratepayers. So I'll be certainly supporting M4. The others, I'll wait to see. Thank you.
Mel, please.
I actually think Tim's covered it really. I was just going to talk about the plan, supporting money for our plan change, because the team that do that are always working extremely hard. We see them here all the time, and it's a complicated area that most of us are confused by majority of the time. But there's so many plan changes we need to get done, and we don't want to have them dragging on for years and years and years, because it's better to just get these done. And like you say, they're going to be oversubscribed by next year. So I just think it is a cost, but I think if we don't do it or we take too long on some of these, it may be a bigger cost. So I think it's a prudent thing to do.
Tyler?
Christmas couldn't come fast enough because all my colleagues are grumpy. We're asking for advice. It's pretty straightforward for most of these amendments here, and those are the ones that were the most contentious parts. The irony in that. I'm actually going to support Councillor Kewen's advice, or request for advice, by putting a hold on all non-essential maintenance and renewals in council facilities. But I also want to just tell my colleagues, if you've seen the state of the other council facilities across the country, we are by far light years ahead of them. It is absolutely bonkers the amount of maintenance that they don't do across the country in comparison to us. We have immaculate facilities all across the city, and we all know that because we all go to those facilities. And I'd also like to back up my colleague here, Councillor Templeton's rating for renewals part, where we're in the business of intergenerational equity and fairness, and it's always good to take a look at the books to see exactly where we are in our position. I'm still going to think about the alternative ones. The Councillor Johansson's one is quite an interesting one, and from what John was talking to us about, it seemed like it was needed, and I'm really excited to see what February is going to bring us, but I'm really keen to support most of these and happy to take any other debating points from my colleagues. Kia ora.
Okay, so righto, Mary. Andre, and then Sam, sorry.
It's me? Well, thank you. I was going to push back against suggestions that I'm too young to know the history of the earthquakes. I am flattered I might look a bit younger. But I was indeed 20 during the 2011 earthquakes working in the central city. But even if I was a teenager at the time, that is no way meaning I don't know my history from back then. But anyone who does know the history knows that that targeted rate was introduced against the majority of submissions. And to me, it seems like the right time to check in, given the situation has changed greatly, on what ratepayers want us to do. Do they want us to hold it for a few more years, or do they want to use it to offset rates? It is the public money. We should ask the public. Besides messing around with subvention payments, which means that you can reduce rates by a bit this year, but increase them over the next 2 years. Besides that, this is actually the single biggest lever we appear to have in front of us to reduce rates rises. So if you plan to vote against even getting staff advice on this, that's all fine. Just be prepared when you go and have conversations with the public on why there's a 9% increase on their rate. Be prepared to tell them why you weren't prepared to ask the public on what the biggest single lever we had to reduce the rates would be.
See?
Thank you, and I guess now that we're in debate, can I just foreshadow against Andre's one's advice, because I'm just a bit confused around what people have raised. I would be more than happy to support it if it is genuinely used to reduce rates. That's not what the resolution says. So the resolution says how to use the funds. So I just flag, as I understand I can.
The amendment I said did specify specifically offsetting against rates.
No, but I'm just picking up your comments, because I think if that's the debate we're having, I'm fully happy to get the advice on that. I just don't think that's the sentiment of the table in terms of my understanding, or the impression I get, because we see it every time we do these, is the money would come back in and we would use it for something else. So if it's going to rates, I'm all for getting advice on that, and I'm just flagging that as a foreshadowed on that amendment.
But just
I'm in debate.
We're in debate. It's real cool. Let debate finish and then you can clarify it.
Oh, cool. Well, if Sarah's happy to add that in, let's just add that in. Yeah. If Sarah's happy with that as well, to reduce rates with the cathedral money, that's fantastic. Let's get the advice on that. If it's specifically that advice we're asking for. But if it's to use it for other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, mine said specifically being used to reduce general rates.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't have to foreshadow it if Sarah's happy to add that in. Yeah.
So after fund, put 4 rates reduction, and then you should have it
To reduce.
Yeah.
Rates, to reduce rates.
Yeah. No, that's cool. I'm more. I won't foreshadow. I'm happy.
No,
I just
good.
picked it up from your debate, which is fantastic.
Thank you. Everyone's happy.
So shall we just let?
Yeah.
Do you want to finish or?
I was just going to say, look, I'm all for looking for stuff that can reduce it. I won't support a lot of the amendments. I still do worry, an average of $5.95 for the average house a week. The cumulative effect of that is significant. Tyler mentioned people being grumpy. I am grumpy because we do this every year. And you'll recall when we went through the LTP, and Andre reminds us of it constantly, we didn't vote to go line by line through the budget. So we've put a lot of pressure on Mary and the team to go and do their stuff, but I'm grumpy because we didn't collectively decide to do that. And so we will have different views, but that is the reason I'm grumpy, because the people I talk to, the first thing they raise after, the second thing they raise after talking about, roads and footpaths is actually how they can't afford to live in our city. And I think, I will continue to be grumpy until we're prepared to have those conversations around the table on that, even if that annoys people. I'm more than happy to get advice on the cathedral stuff if it is tagged just to the rates reduction, because we are still in a cost of living crisis. I guess the thing I would caveat it with is that I actually thought the solution we had to stop the rate, put it into a fund and build up the interest was a long-term pragmatic solution for the city in this particular circumstance. Not for some of the other stuff we're doing in this environment, but particularly for the cathedral, given the contention that has been there. And actually, I think getting the advice is probably the right thing to do, because we haven't talked to the cathedral about this either, and that morally I don't think that is correct to do. So happy to look at that. And I think, we just need to be mindful that we still have work to do as a council, because another $5.95 on average a week is significant for people out there. And I think, the moment we discount that, we really do lose touch with reality.
Jake?
Thank you. Look, I've foreshadowed option 1, and the reason I've done that, I'm not expecting it to pass, and I think option 3 isn't a bad option either, but the reality is that option 1 has been deemed the most prudent, and I've always tried to take a balanced approach between the needs of this year and the hardships of this year and the hardships of future years, and noting obviously that option 1 does provide a lower overall rate crease, i.e. it costs us less to run the city over the next 4 years by reducing borrowing in the short term. So I just wanted to table it and have it there as an option. It's one I'm going to support. But with that in mind, turning my attention to the amendments, kind of in the same vein and spirit, I support the advice that Councillor Templeton has requested. That I think that's also a prudent approach. We should always be looking at all the levers we have and looking at debt reduction, not just rate reduction. I'm happy to support the skate park. Also happy to support the plan change. It's unfortunate, we wouldn't want to have to spend this money, and it isn't money. It is money that we have to spend that's being forced upon us, but the reality is our business has grown in this space. We simply have to provide additional service for planning, and that's simply the demand we must meet. And with regard to the cathedral and the targeted rate, I would have been able to support. It is just advice, and I would have been able to support advice that considered, as I said, all the levers. Rate reduction and rate relief, but if it's just advice on rate reduction, I think it's a little bit insincere to have that conversation with the public to only give them that one option. I did like Sam's initial pot of money. Let's build it up. We'll have the interest accrue, or Phil. Don't mean to misattribute the credit, especially not to Councillor McDonald. But I, on that basis, I think it's too limited, and it's just not fair to force such a binary choice on the public. So I won't support it on that basis.
Thank you. Aaron, then Vic.
Yeah, most of the stuff I'm fine with. The one that I'm not fine with is the cathedral one, because if it's to take that money, I'm okay with putting it on hold and building up the fund to repair the church or that building. It's more than a church, it's a symbol of the city. To not do that is essentially reneging on a deal that was done with the city and the people of Christchurch, which was very divisive. The irony is that Notre Dame reopened this week, and they rebuilt. And yes, they got Notre Dame's very famous, and it's a beautiful church, and they rebuilt because they just got a flood of donations within days, because it's an incredibly famous church. It's the fame that attracts the money. Let's not pretend. It's not the what the building actually is, and that's why Notre Dame got its money so quickly. When smaller churches on the other side of the cathedrals on the other side of the world crumble in an earthquake, they just don't get the attention because they're just not as famous. People love fame, so they'll throw money at it. Always have, always will. The Christchurch never recovers from the earthquake until that cathedral's fixed. So if you want to be part of the council that leaves a legacy of a broken city, then you vote this way. But we locked that fund up. It was divisive. We then help in the future facilitate whatever conversations need to have to deliver that what will be an attraction in the middle of our city, not forgetting half of all the sites around that building right now are undeveloped or unrented. It is a dead part of the city. It'll stay dead until that rebuild is done. So that is what you're voting for here. So don't mess with that fund. It was very divisive, and it's divisive for a reason. There's a strong anti-church sentiment with some people, so they get very, very motivated with that. But that building's not just a church, it's a symbol of the city. It's on our letterhead. So we should have a broken letterhead, to be honest, until we repair it, because that's the council we are. We are a broken city that has not rebuilt, with a little city that couldn't, not the city that can. And we should be the city that can. And so I'll be very, very disappointed if that money goes back out. And essentially, that'll make liars of the council, because we went out and had a tough conversation, and then 5 years later, we lied to the public. And I don't use that word lightly, because I've never used it at this council table.
Victoria.
Thank you, Councillor Kewen, for those comments in relation to the cathedral, because that is a really tricky one, but I think there's some aspects that you've highlighted there that are really pertinent today. Other than that, just two things for me. I find it quite ironic that colleagues are seeking staff advice on things when we've got recent history that show that the elected members ignore a lot of the staff advice and do their own thing anyway. So let's see how much my colleagues support staff advice and some of the recommendations later today. The other comment is in relation to M3. There was quite a volley between Councillor MacDonald and Councillor Templeton. What have you done with it? Is it gone? Yeah. Oh, good. Because I just couldn't understand it, so I was going to abstain. It just didn't make any sense either way. So thank you, Sarah. Great. Sorted. You read my mind. Thank you.
Mark. Oh, sorry, Pauline, then Mark.
Yeah, look, I'll be very brief. Look, with the options on the subvention, look, I do understand Councillor McClellan's view, and it'd be very tempting to support one. It's like that's greater pain now and less later, and probably better intergenerational equity. But if we are really looking at the economic crisis and the cost of living crisis, I think option 3 is the prudent one, reluctantly today, but so I will support that today. Cathedral, no, I think we're doing really well to stop the charges, and I did like your original idea of just accruing the interest and trying to get back up to that 7 million in time, so I won't be supporting the cathedral option to consult and look at it for rate reduction. And also number 5, I think we're walking on dangerous territory there, and I think as Councillor Harrison-Hunt said, we've got really, really good facilities in good condition compared to the rest of the country that may be, but doesn't make the rest of the country right. It makes us right, perhaps, and I think we should be proud of that. I would like to think that staff do not waste money unnecessarily. That's something we could look into more closely if we chose to, but I think that asking them to pause and that unquantifiable term, unnecessary, is quite vague. Or non-essential, I think you've used. The thing is, if you don't keep up with it, it's like having a house, then you suddenly get a tidal wave of all this stuff to do, and you end up like the rest of the country. So I won't be supporting that today. I'd rather support and have faith that our staff do not waste money, and I'm really sad to hear that people think they do, so I hope they don't. So that's me.
Thank you. Mark, and then I'll put it out there after Yanni.
Thank you. Hearing the quantified figure that Councillor McDonald came up with of $5.95 per week for each ratepayer in Christchurch, that hurts. And for us to be contemplating today, adding even more to that, is a little bit astounding and a little bit tone deaf, I think. We need to be really mindful of the finances of our ratepayers and trying not to burden them any further than we absolutely have to right now. I'm certainly interested to get advice back. I'll be very interested to see what the rating for renewals advice comes back like, and whether that's potentially going to give us an increased rates number when we come back in February and onwards into June. It's nice to have the idea of increasing the plan change resource. I'd really like to see that, but again, that's an impact on the rates that I don't know that our ratepayers can actually afford to have thrust upon them right now. Then onwards to the cathedral. I think it's pretty dangerous territory when we start looking at the idea of spending that money that's been collected in an alternative manner. Reducing rates is great, yes, that's a nice sugar hit, but we've still got a broken heart of our city sitting there in the middle of our square, which is going to sit there for how long? I mean, as a city, we've got to sooner or later bite the bullet and get on and fix that so that we can actually recover from the earthquake. I can't agree with the idea of looking to reappropriate that money that was gathered in good faith. I like Councillor McDonald's idea of, okay, we'll suspend the rate, that's good. That gives each ratepayer a lot of breathing space. But then we look at holding on to that money and investing it and allowing it to accumulate. I think that's wisdom. I think the sugar hit of putting it onto the rates for the coming year, whilst it would be nice to have that lower figure, that's one I can't agree with, so thank you.
Yanni.
Oh yeah, thank you. A few things to get through. I think the key thing is we're only given guidance today. This is not the adoption of the draft annual plan, so we're still going to have an opportunity in February to have the more consideration of some of these issues. I think today is about signalling the information that we want to get back so that we can be informed and help staff get the budget as tight as it can be before we do that final adoption. So I'm open to getting the advice on the rating for renewals. I think that makes sense. I'm open. I mean, I'd love you to support the budget, obviously, for the skate park. That and as staff have said, that's an upper limit. That's not certainly. We're not going to be going to look to spend that just because we've got the money on budget. But actually, it just means that we can progress the next stage sooner rather than later, and give some indication to that community that we are doing the work. In terms of the plan change. I strongly disagree that this isn't something that should be built into our draft annual plan. We need to get on and do the plan changes. If we'd done the plan changes when they'd first been requested in 2018 around the industrial residential interface, many of the problems that some of our communities are facing right now that are taking up inordinate amounts of staff time and council time dealing with the issues could have been mitigated to a lot greater degree than what they currently can be now. Because we haven't had the resource to do the work, it has meant that we have had suboptimal outcomes in our community. The sooner we get the planning resource in place to do those plan changes, I think it saves us, actually it offsets the cost that we spend dealing with compliance, enforcement and complaints that are coming in, right? You've just seen that one of the ironies is that we're increasing the budget for noise control, right? And one of the issues is around those noise complaints through the thing. I do take a little bit of exception to saying that our facilities are wonderful. I'd invite my colleagues to come look at the Linwood Service Centre and come to the New Brighton boardrooms, and you can see that those buildings are certainly not being maintained to the flashest possible standards. But I do think it's an interesting question to ask because clearly in some cases we probably are spending money on some facilities around non-essential maintenance that we may not need to spend. So I'm open to getting the information back, but please don't think for a minute that places like the New Brighton boardroom are all spick and span and shiny and sparkling new. There's literally a whole bunch of stuff that's just like been deteriorating on that building. That's a pretty unsavoury sight for people that come in to visit to our council. So, and finally, I'm really disappointed that the resolution around the water regulator has been ruled out. I just think showing our money to the government ahead of our submission is not a sensible approach. I accept that probably by law we'll be required to do that. I just don't think, it's like with Kiwi Rail, we put the money on our budget, there's an expectation that we have to spend it, rather than actually being able to negotiate what's a reasonable cost to our city.
Tyrone, please.
Kia ora, thank you. Look, thanks for all the amendments put in. I'll just take those vote by vote, just as they go. But look, I think the underlying numbers that we've got are sort of a little bit out of our immediate control. Like, it's a bit of a chunky number and nobody likes that. There isn't a lot we can do about inflation or the impact of the stadium at all. But I talked to my colleagues and every single one of them is committed to keeping costs down as much as we can. I absolutely know that. I've never picked anything other than that from any of my colleagues. But listening to the debate today, you'd think that we didn't live in the best run city and the most attractive city and the city people want to come to, because we set the tone, and the tone is really sombre. But I was out on Saturday in Christchurch and I saw Councillor McDonald out, enjoying the sunshine.
I should say well behaved, I might add.
Very well behaved. I don't want to cast aspersions on my colleague, but like the city was thriving, right? Like, people were out enjoying it, and like, it's thriving because we've made good governance decisions. So I would encourage, yes, we absolutely need to keep the costs down, but we've made good governance decisions, and I would encourage you to continue to make good governance decisions to continue the momentum we've got.
Well done. Kel. Yep, you mate.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's been a really interesting debate and interesting points made by many of my colleagues. In terms of options, I favour option 3. Reluctantly, it seems that we're caught between the devil and the deep blue sea in terms of rates. When I came in to council, I was really hoping that we could do 2, 3, 4% increases, but pretty soon it became obvious that that was, not even possible.
Did you read Phil's campaign material?
I did. I guess the thing I find distressing about it is that we really are stuck. I'm sure we would all, if possible, if we looked at other options, and I'm not going to go into those now, we would love to ease the burden on our ratepayers. I just think in terms of, if you were renting a house and your the cost of renting the house was going up by 8 or 9% every year, that would be incredibly difficult to deal with. And I was there a long time ago, and it was difficult when things like that happen. And I know that we're trying our absolute best to keep the rates down, but I still find it distressing. As far as the amendments go, I'll sort of deal with those one by one. But I really appreciate what Councillor Fields said in terms of positivity. The city is thriving. I think it's actually in a really good place. We're going in the right direction, and I'd have to disagree with my colleague Councillor Johansson in terms of the facilities that we have around this city. They're absolutely amazing. Yes, some of them are not in a perfect state of repair, but compared to where, compared to what the people of Ukraine are going through, places like Gaza, I mean, we've got it pretty good in this country, and I think focusing on the good things we have and putting up with a little bit more of a delay in terms of fixing buildings and things like that, I think is, it's judicious. And so I particularly like Councillor Kewen's amendment, in terms of non-essential maintenance. We live in an amazing city where, we're first world. We've got it pretty good here, and rates would be better if they were lower, but we're doing our best to achieve that. So I'm relatively happy with where we've got to, but just in terms of the rate increases, I do find that a bitter pill to swallow. Thanks.
Okay, brilliant. Right, so what I'm going to do is we'll start with number 1, and it's all of these have got movers and seconders, so I'll put them one at a time. So number 1, the rating for renewals. All those in favour? Aye. Against? No.
Just clarifying, this is asking for advice.
Yes.
Do you want, yes, show of hands for no.
No.
Three.
Okay,
Indeed
so
abstains.
Hands up to say no.
Got that.
1, 2, 3 noes. Any abstentions?
none, so that's passed.
Just going forward, Mr Mayor, could I please request that when we put the vote, immediately ask people for no to put their hands up? If we pause, a lot of people change their minds. Got to go do it straight away.
Okay, yep, come on, move on.
Okay, number 2, Washington Skate Park. All those in favour, say aye. No? No. That's lost, I think, pretty sure.
7.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against.
7 against, so it's passed. Any abstentions?
So I've said lost, but it's not.
Well, it's 1.
It's 1. Okay, that's 1. Okay. Number 4, plan change resources. All those in favour? Against? No. No. So that's...
Hands quite high, sorry.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against.
So that's what? That's... Okay. Cathedral, number 6, cathedral targeted rate consultation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? No.
Can I get a division, please?
It's an 8, it's lost.
So what, how many was it?
Someone requested a division.
Okay.
Okay, division.
Righto. So we're doing division.
So this is a division for M6, which is the cathedral targeted. Councillor Peters. No. Councillor Fields.
Aye.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
Yes.
Councillor Coker.
No.
Councillor Donovan. Yes. Deputy Mayor Cotter. No. Councillor Henstock. No. Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Noting that Councillor Goff is away. Councillor Johansson.
Yes.
Councillor Kewen.
No.
Councillor MacDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Barber.
No.
Councillor McLennan.
No.
Councillor Scandrett.
Yes.
The Mayor.
No.
And Councillor Templeton. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 against.
So it's lost. Yep.
Status quo.
How's that work?
That'll be, we'll probably be getting advice.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So that is, I don't know where, but anyway, we'll get advice. And now we're up to the last one for non-essential maintenance, M5. All those in favour of M5, please say aye. Sorry. Those against?
No. 1, 2, 3 against.
So that's carried. Okay. Right. So, do we want to stop for a split second to just see what the rates are at that point?
Yes, yeah, we do just want to...
Just 5 minutes,
5 minutes.
chaps? Would that be enough? 5, 10 minutes? Okay, thank you. We'll be Welcome back, everybody. So we're just going to do, there's a couple of little things we've got to do before, and then we'll have lunch. But we just had a break then to see what we've achieved today on what that will make for the rates update. Russell.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, we just did the calculation. So looking at the 4 options that are before council, and noting that each of the 4 options have 3 years, because it's, we should be looking at the impact in year 1 and what that it has for the following years. But it's saying that the changes that you've just agreed to impacts year 1 with negligible changes in years 2 and 3. So just reading through year 1 for each of the options. So the option 1, which was using both subvention and surpluses to reduce debt, year 1 would be 10.07. Year 2, where we use a subvention receipts for rates and the surplus for debt, that would be 9.32. Option 3.
9. What? Sorry.
That was option 2.
What was it?
9.31.
Thanks. Yeah.
I'm quiet. I don't get that often. Is 8.91. So that's using a mix of subventions and the surplus, and for both reducing rates and a wee bit on debt. And option 4, which is using both subventions and surplus to reduce rates, is 9.59.
9. It can't be right.
Sorry, 8.59. What did I say? Yeah, didn't jump that much.
9.
Do you want me to go through again, or you? Option 1.
Do them all again, Russell. Just short.
Option 1, 10.07. Option 2, 9.31. Option 3, 8.91. And option 4, 8.59.
Just to be clear, is that including all the amendments?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And he's just gone down on the options that we haven't voted on the option yet. So just give us an idea where we're at.
Sometimes I've got a
Yep.
question.
Are there any impacts on the subsequent years?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's minimal. They'd go down maybe a little bit in the margins. Minimal.
But they would go down a little bit.
Oh, it's smidgen like. I think year 1 was it's 9.8. Would go down 0.01, 0.02 in that area.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not a lot. Okay. Right. So now, so we're on the right track. Where is it, Sammy? One
Recommendation 3.
Yeah. So I
So
move.
we just need to check with the mover and the seconder whether they're happy, because that will now change. A will change to 8.91 instead of 8.76.
Do you want that updated?
Yeah, it needs to be updated. So the mover and the seconder are still moving and seconding that.
All right.
Actually, because then that doesn't make sense.
So
Because it's
yeah, hang on. Seems like. So this is.
Oh, just wait. So we need to just change. So just to clarify for everyone, we're changing this so it's comprising of 8.48 as per year 2 of the long-term plan, a further 0.28 for central government posed, and a further whatever was remaining on the motions passed.
Okay. 0.15. Is everyone with us, Tyler?
Just for clarity's, I'll just wait.
For adopted by council.
So the motions that we've just voted on has made an increase of 0.15. Is everyone clear? Is that right?
Plan change 1, say 0.15 on its own, or was that an estimate?
Yeah, well, it's the only one that's really got any financial impact.
Because the other one was 0.0.
Okay. So I'm happy that, well, not happy, but it's now, option 3 is now 8.91, and the seconder is happy with that. And yeah, happy to define happy, and just bearing in mind that Jake has got a foreshadowed motion, which is to use option 1 if this fails, and that is a number, I think it was 10, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So that's what the difference is. Okay. Right, so I will put that one, recommendation 3 or option 3. All those in favour? Aye. Against? So that's carried.
Can we have a division, please?
Certainly can.
I think it's really important for the public, just saying.
But the thing is, if you note, if you put your hands up, people can see. And it's
We've got
saying
division.
it's
Wait,
required.
yes.
Yeah, like most of Christchurch are watching us right now.
There are people that watch
Come on.
these.
All right, let's just
Go, Sam.
So this is a division for option 3. Councillor Kewen. Councillor McLennan.
No.
Councillor McDonald.
yes.
Councillor Henstock.
Yes.
Councillor Moore.
No.
Councillor Scundrett.
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
No.
Councillor Coker.
No.
Councillor Peters.
Yes.
The Mayor.
Yep.
Councillor Templeton.
Aye.
Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cotter. Councillor Fields.
Yep.
Councillor Johansson. Councillor Donovan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 for, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 against.
So that's carried, thank you, Sam. So we don't need the foreshadowed motion department if required. So the last one before lunch is we're voting on recommendations 1, 2 and 4. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried, thank you very much. Right. We're halfway through it. So it's 12:30, we'll come back at 1:30. Is that all right? Thank you very much. Back.
That's good.
So we're now up to item 4, the transport side of things. We'll take the report as read, but Brent's going to just give us a bit of a rundown, then we'll go straight into questions. Fire away, mate.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And for those who may or may not know, you will have met Lynette before, obviously, but Sharon O'Neill, who has spent many hours putting this together, along with other people from council. So, thank you. Yes, we'll take the report as read, and you'll see in the report that this is part of a requirement from a previous resolution, the long-term plan, to come back to council for a final decision on the transport program and projects after the NZTA funding was confirmed. So what we've done is we have information you've given here, and there's a number of detailed attachments on the projects within the programs, but what we're doing here is confirming firstly the transport capital program that's being delivered as per the current approved plan, and there's a total cost in there of 159.1 million, which you would have also seen as part of the previous report this morning. So that's the first category of carriageway resurfacing, road rehabilitation, footpath resurfacing, street renewals, safety and structures. The second category to be confirmed is the changes in the capital program, the transport capital program, resulting from those central government legislative and policy changes relating to speed limit rules, but also our legal obligations under the Railways Act to meet certain Kiwi Rail infrastructure costs, noting that we do still carry on our conversations with Kiwi Rail in terms of clarifying and minimising those costs. Third category, just some costing and or time revision changes, rephasing by another name, revalidation of budgets. There's a number of those there that propose moving some projects in or revising the current costings of those. That's in category 3. And then the last category, which I know you've all been waiting for, is the projects where we need a decision today regarding, and these are carryover projects, and those are improving Bromley Roads, Simeon Street Cycleway to Aratai Cycleway, MCR timing changes, and last but not least, MCR wheels to wings. Now, there's a lot of information in here, and we'll be going through those, especially that last category, project by project, and you will see in the recommendations at the front as to what the staff are recommending. So on that note, we can go ahead and welcome questions on the report.
Okay, well, what I'll do for a start, just on this item 4, I'm happy to move it and Victoria's happy to second it for Recs 1 to 8. But any questions that anyone has got of staff, Tyler?
Shadow an amendment.
Yeah, we'll do that. That's the next bit.
Thank you. Well, I've got them there.
Is that on all projects, Premier?
Pardon me?
Is that across all projects?
On everything that's in that report. Any question?
Give me 2 secs. I'm just collating the rest of my questions. I'll let someone else go first if they need.
Because of your foreshadowed motions?
Oh, yes, question.
I don't have any foreshadowed motions. I'm just prepping my questions. Okay.
Billy Boots.
Can we talk about wheels to wings?
He needs some time to do his question. You want some time, did you say?
Just,
for questions?
yeah, if someone else wants to go first.
Sure. Yeah, I'm lost.
He's not ready to ask his question.
Sorry.
So he wants Sarah and then Celeste.
I asked him too fast. Sarah and then Yanni.
Kia ora. Just wanted to clarify for the public about the difference between the decisions we're making for the annual plan and decisions today that we're making on stuff that's budgeted for this year that can get started straight away rather than waiting until next July. So we discussed it briefly this morning, but that was before the meeting started. Just because there's some confusion.
So the projects that are budgeted for this year are
have commenced
basically
already.
commenced, or they're either under construction or planning or both.
Yeah, but some we were waiting on, like Wheels to Wings that was budgeted for this year, those kind of things.
So those are in that last category?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
So
but
any
other
that are
projects, yeah.
Are there any other projects that you would like information on?
No, it's just that because this particular paper was framed as an annual plan paper,
Correct.
and there were projects that were budgeted for this year in it, people have been confused over whether that means we're not doing projects this year and we're waiting till afterwards. So it's just confirming that those projects are going ahead. That's all.
So those first three categories, yes, those projects are going ahead.
Yeah.
And the last category we're requesting decisions on.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry, I'm just, in terms of the categories, which are the ones that are going ahead today? What page number is that?
Starting page 31, you have 4 categories of CapEx, and there's a number of attachments, bear that in mind. Category 1 being the bulk of the program, those resurfacing, road rehab, footpath resurfacing, street renewals, safety and structures.
Right.
Also, the changes required on us due to legislative or policy reasons, and also the rephasings, reconfirming budgets.
Sorry,
so the first 3 categories.
Are you wanting us to adopt, I'm just trying to follow up on Sarah's point. So the ones that we adopt in terms of the program budget, they're the ones that are going to be doing this current financial year?
And some of them run into next financial year. So those 3 categories, we're asking you to confirm those today.
Right. So how has the community board feedback been incorporated into those programs?
So the community board feedback has been that the staff have been, from the major infrastructure units, have been doing the roadshows with all of the community boards. The bulk of those were finished just recently in the last week to 10 days, and we are still awaiting the final feedback of the from the community boards. However, that said, as council, you have seen the overarching program budgets. The detail of the streets within it is being dealt with through the community boards, and whether there's changes within board areas, that's being worked through with the boards.
So in answer to one of the questions one of the councillors raised this morning about the overall, in terms of what do we do as governance, the overall package for those programs, there is the ability throughout the program, working with the boards, to do bring backs and carry forwards and a bit of work like that, but overall the package is fixed.
I just find this really difficult. Like, we don't go out with an annual program so people can consult and see what can be engaged in what we're doing, and then without any of the feedback from the boards, we're being asked to approve the program today. I'm struggling with this process a bit. Like,
Councillor, we're asking you to approve it at an overall program level. We are still talking to the boards. If you have any substitutions within a board area, we can still accommodate that.
So
but not going outside the total package.
No, I understand that, but I do feel concerned today that I'm not in a position to know what the community views are or the community board views are for these program schedules. Therefore, it's not really. I don't think it's fair to move amendments to that list today, right?
Just to be clear, what you're asking for is a general direction today so we can build an annual plan. You're not adopting the draft annual plan. So this is a general direction that this is the package, and there will be room for movement when it comes back to you to confirm.
Oh, okay, cool.
But we're trying to get so we can actually lock down some figures and lock down a program, but there may be room for.
Sorry, okay. Because when Sarah was asking, and that's why I was following on, is my understanding was this is a program that's going to be confirmed for this current financial year.
Yeah, I think you need to bear in mind, councillor, that even with the best of programs, there are times when things get held up and things need to be brought forward. So there's always the ability, so long as we stick within our approved package, if you like. And there is room between now and annual plan adoption if there are any minor amendments, but I'll just keep repeating, we need to stick within the overall program.
Understood.
Through the chair, sorry, on those programs, what you've also got is the list of the prioritisation rules that we've got for them. Most of them, and we've had these conversations with the board, most of those prioritisation requirements are fixed by NZTA. So we're delivering on those prioritisations. So as staff, we develop those up every year through our asset teams and in consultation with the boards for some of them.
Yeah, okay. And in terms of the Kiwi Rail project, so where do we get to with clarity around the Scrutton's Road crossing, adding the 6.5 mil?
Well, yes, but we've got a resolution. So there was a resolution at the Scrutton's Road meeting.
Yeah.
So through the chair on the 6th of November, there was that was the meeting at which we presented the challenges that we had with Scrutton's Road crossing and advised the cost increase. And resolution number 7 agrees that the construction works will be funded from within the approved long-term plan capital program budget. So we need to pull some money forward from another project to deliver it. And we've shown those changes in tables. It's 4.4 to 4.6. So in category 2 and category 3, category 2 shows the increased budget for Scrutton's Road. Category 3 shows the offset budget using section 3 of a Pauaho route to offset that budget to keep the whole project. Any concerns with the Pauaho budget can be addressed at a future LTP.
So how much is currently in next year for the Pauaho? Oh, there's nothing until FY28.
It's been taken out of future year budgets, FY 28 to 34.
And that's been put into?
It's been put into
this year?
Financial year 26 and 27.
So it's been brought forward.
Used another project to do that, so it's a substitution project. And the budget can be addressed.
And bear in mind that those outer year projects are still have to go into their design and scoping phase anyway, so they can be addressed at a later stage. So this allows us to meet the resolution, which was to find funding from within the existing transport program, and move on with these projects.
And through the chair, that doesn't mean that we're saying we're not going to keep talking to Kiwi Rail about minimising costs on this project. That is all ongoing at the present time.
So how much extra budget are we putting into the annual plan or to the LTP through this process to cater for Kiwi Rail?
It's all substitution, isn't it?
Like, I get it's maybe a substitution of another project that we're not doing, but I'm just trying to understand the total quantum that we're being asked to increase the budget by to address Kiwi Rail's.
Do we need to take a few minutes? We could move on to somebody else's questions if you can't.
It's about 20.
Sorry, Councillor, do you mean all? Sorry, Councillor, do you mean all Kiwi Rail projects or just Scrutton's Road?
You know, all of the Kiwi Rails. Like, how much new money or substituted money are we putting in for Kiwi Rail? Is it page 91 where we've got the?
It's 4.4. That is, it's about 12 million in there.
Councillor, there's a difference between new money and substituted, because one, we're sticking within the overall program for the LTP versus introducing new money which has a rates impact. Yeah, but
in terms of priorities, like, we obviously, if we're going to stay within the same funding envelope and suddenly Kiwi Rail's drawing 40 or 50 million of our current program budgets, then obviously that has a material impact on what we do, right?
It's nowhere near that quantum, Councillor, but it's no different to us delivering any other programs. So, for example, our structures program for bridges, we have a program going forward, we have a list of priorities, and we work our way through those, and in some years it may be one bridge, some years it may be 3 or 4. It's working within the budgets that we've been allocated by you to achieve those levels of service. So it's no different to achieving these major cycleways. If there are Kiwi Rail crossings in them, we need to find funding for them. We have a requirement under the Railways Act to work with Kiwi Rail on those, and that's what we're doing. We're presenting it in a way that it's not going to introduce additional funding to the LTP, if at all possible, and therefore have no rates impact.
And then, did you want individual questions on the individual projects that are later in the schedule, or do you want to wait till we get to that point?
Through the chair.
Well,
So-
very soon, we're doing just general questions on the whole thing. Very soon, I'm going to put it out for people to, we'll actually have a wee bit of a break because people will put in their foreshadowed motions and their other motions, just like we did last time. People can read them all because no one's seen them all, and we'll then digest those and we'll go from there. So later, okay? So Celeste, please, Nina.
No, it's just a question around process, which you answered.
You've answered it, great.
Okay, thank you. Timmy?
Thank you, and I'm going to try for the award of the day's dumbest question. The Simeon Street Cycleway was, so that at the moment is designed to be delivered 25-26, or is that later on? No funding to 25-26, so it's going to be later on.
There's no funding.
No full stop.
No funding.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Dumbest question of the day.
Look at that. And it was not a dumb question. Tyler?
Kia ora. I've got a couple of questions, mainly in regards to the consultation of Wheels to Wings, relating to young people. Do you guys mind if I ask some questions?
Yes, no, that's fine.
Thank you.
There's just going to be a couple of people coming down.
So thanks to Katie, I've read up on the consultation analysis that was provided, and there's quite a substantial overview here. Just for public knowledge and for the knowledge of our colleagues, what feedback did we hear from children in general in regards to Wheels to Wings?
So the main consultation that was done with children was with Harewood School. So despite I come on the project, there was a workshop with the students of Harewood School because they were the most directly affected being on the route, and that was really successful. And the kids, the children were really engaged. They were really excited about the possibility of a cycleway coming to school because currently those children predominantly come to school by car because it's quite unsafe to either walk, scooter or cycle to school. They were also really supportive of the ability to be able to for us to be putting in the traffic signals which would provide a safe crossing outside that school because currently there's a care crossing on Harewood Road which is really unsafe, so they also don't feel safe crossing Harewood Road. With regards to other schools in the area, they were the most directly impacted, but there are other schools within the area, Papanui High School, Cotswold Intermediate, Breens Intermediate, and we did engage with them, but we did a lot of our consultation during the COVID lockdown as well, which also made it a bit difficult. So we didn't get into those schools, but the Ministry of Education did respond to us and provide feedback in relation to, sort of on behalf of those 5 additional schools over and above Harewood School, in which they were really supportive of the project. Their only real concern was around the possibility of vehicles using the side streets if Harewood Road becomes congested, was probably their only concern. However, they did recognise that what we were putting in was a lot safer for all schools in the area.
Okay, and using safety as the theme, it sounds like in this report that was one of the key topics that they wanted to raise.
Correct.
And you may be able to answer this or you may not, but out of the options provided, which options would best represent the children's views?
I don't think that's an answer. I don't think that's something that we can really answer today because ultimately we worked through a detailed hearings process to come up with the plan and the approved plan that we do have. What the options are that we've provided you today are different options for how to construct and deliver it.
Okay,
and I think
which
that's
is perfect timing, thanks Lynette, because this is going to lead me into my next question.
Segue.
Around the public meetings.
Yes.
And how many children attended those public meetings?
They were predominantly attended by adults.
Predominantly, yeah.
Yeah. We did have, if I remember correctly, we did have some children speak at the hearing as well. So they were, yeah.
And they correlated pretty well with how Harewood School talked about. Great.
Definitely around safety and being able to have choices on how they can get to school.
Now, talk to me about the views between the adults who submitted and the children. Are there anything that's in the middle, and are there key differences between those two age groups?
The main issue, I guess, for adults would be around business, would be around parking loss and around lane reduction. Were probably the two biggest key themes during consultation. Whereas I would say, and we can basically rely on, if generally for children's feedback would be the meeting, the workshop that they had with Harewood School, and it was definitely around safety and about choice and how they get to school, whether that's scooter, walk or bike, because a lot of these children are taken to school by their parents because it's just such an unsafe environment for them to be able to have choice on how they get to and from school.
Okay, last question is, which section out of the three are the most dangerous for all road users?
So the I think it's option 2. The advantages in option 2 references that addresses the busiest and riskiest section. The busiest and riskiest section is the section between Greers, the 4-lane section between Greers and Trafford.
So that's section 2 or option 2?
Section 2 and part of section 3. It's the central section that's got the 4 lanes.
Great. So which options provided in this report would cover that base of addressing the most dangerous area in the wheels to wings?
Oh, that's option 2, isn't it? The bulk of option 2. Option 1 delivers the project as proposed. Option 2 delivers it to Nunwick Park, which gets it through the 4-lane section.
So option 2 would get it to
about Nunwick Park,
so
and
you'd
then we'd
skip
use
Harewood Schools still stay the same, that area, but any further back up to Papanui Road would be worked on? Sorry, the report's not comprehensive. I'm trying to get my head around it.
Option 2 goes from the railway line out to Nunwick Boulevard.
Okay.
Yeah.
And option 3 goes. Option 3 also goes to Nunwick Boulevard, but just removes the signals in the western section. So it also covers the 4-lane section.
Okay, and sorry Phil, last one now that's happened was, okay, so section 2 is the roundabout, am I right in thinking that? The Bishopdale section. Okay. And was there any feedback from young people in regards to that roundabout?
I don't know about specifically young people.
What's young people? Is that under 25, or are you talking about primary school?
School kids.
Primary school.
50.
School kids.
Oh, so I thought I'd be 60 or 70.
I don't remember specifically about that. There was feedback about the difficulty of getting around Bishopdale roundabout as a pedestrian.
Got you.
Whether that was adults or children, we got that consistent feedback.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Questions? Thanks.
Aaron.
Timely. So I'll do a follow-on from Tyler's questions. When asked how kids would like to get to school, 36% said that they wanted to take the bus. Which is only 8% different to how many would like to cycle. Does any of the spending of any of this money change the ability for them to catch the bus? No, it doesn't, does it? And we also didn't ask how many would like to get there by helicopter, because heaps would tick that box, to be fair, if you ask kids. Or in an ice cream van. Oh, you get heaps hopping that.
Carry on.
And then my main one is on, it's of the mover and seconder on point E. Can we have it written in there, just exactly that, but delivered without the 2 speed humps? It's just a noting. And then, for a period of 1 year, and then if required, then install them, rather than install them first and then go, oh, that's not really necessary, but put those 2 crossings in. If there's still an issue, then install.
Can we have a look at that in the break when we're considering some amendments, please?
Yep,
Just have a closer look, because I'm not quite sure what you're getting at, but I'm happy to look at it. but I won't commit to it just yet.
Okay.
Sweet.
Any other questions? Nope. That's good. So now we will take a little short break because we'll have then come back with a printed list from.
So
Is there any other foreshadow motions or other open motions? Please come and see Sam. Then we'll get back together and everyone will have the piece of paper and we'll start afresh.
Or potentially email would be
So, yeah.
So we'll do, it's just the other motions that's
Yeah.
proposing.
But then I debate just the other motions.
We'll take those and then we'll move into debate around the foreshadowed ones. Do we can?
Right, now what we have here on page 1 of what everyone's got in front of them, just for the sake of speed, every one of these has got a mover and seconder. Every one of these has no rates impact at all. So I'm going to throw them all out there at once to get some of our life back. Is that right? So 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12, I'm going to put those all as one. Yes, Yanni?
It's a question on the one in Holbert Street.
Which one?
This is M11.
Okay.
And just a slight clarification with M10. My understanding is that the project in time for the draft annual plan adoption meeting in February, and I just think it would be good just to specify that so we're clear. But in terms of Wines and Holbert Street, the LTP resolution is that they are going to be done as part of the citywide street renewal program. Design work starting in 24-25. In the list of street renewals that we have, though, they're not listed in the schedule. I don't think they are for this current year, but I could be wrong, but I saw the table. Oh yeah, sorry, the page number is, oh sorry, that can't see, page 48.
And Wine and Holbert Street are listed on page 49, starting with 3 years of budget, starting 25-26. That's my understanding.
So they're in there?
Yes, they're in there.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Righto.
Okay.
Sorry,
So
what we've been told in the past is when a project goes from a program level to a project level, it gets put on the schedule. So that's the schedule here. The decision that we made in the LTP was that design work would start FY 24-25. So the project should, all I'm saying is the project should be put into this with the associated timing and budget, right?
So you're wanting to change your motion, your amendment?
So it is starting this year. It is starting this year through the chair.
Sorry, it's just, I'm just trying to get visibility of it in the schedule rather than in the program budget, given the decision that we've made. That's all.
It is in the schedule on page 49, and it is listed as Wine Street and Holbert Street. Holbert Street from Wine Street to the end, and Wine Street from Worcester to Buckley's Road.
Funding beginning this financial year, $50,000 each for.
Thank you, mate. Brilliant.
Sorry.
Okay, so
Do you,
Great.
yes.
okay, I just feel like you don't understand. So, no. Like, when we have program projects that are funded from a program level budget, we put it in the annual plan or the LTP so people see that that project is happening. We have a schedule, right? Not a program level, a schedule of street renewals. Those two should be added in that schedule as individual projects, not kept in the program level, if that's the decision that we've made, which is a decision that I think we have made or are making today.
So what's that got to do with your amendment? So that's not what your amendment is. Your amendment is that you're confirming that this is in it. So did you want a different amendment?
Yeah, in the street renewal program, which is this, which they're not listed on, right? That's what I'm trying to do. So, sorry, I don't know how to make it more clear than that.
But, Councillor, by virtue of the fact that these attachments are attached to the report and there's a detailed schedules for every program, they are listed and the funding does start this financial year.
Excellent. So I think that pretty well covers the question. Okay, so I'm going to put all of these as one. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Brilliant. Thanks. So now, just gives a bit of guidance here, Sam, for a sec.
So these are all the, so we have
Do we
got a
vote
set
these?
of resolutions, and if they lose, we've got the foreshadowing motion.
So we go down these now.
So we do need to give people an opportunity to
Debate.
debate if they want to.
Yep.
And if they want
Right.
to, they don't
No,
have to.
we'll go into debate for Recs 1 to 8 and any foreshadowed motions. Okay. Debate.
Mhm.
Yes. Yes. So far away, mate.
Yeah, I'm supporting the foreshadowed option 4 on the wheels to wings cycleway. Deputy Mayor will be happy to see me saying that the right way around. I think that we've got a pretty pragmatic solution here that gives us, allows us to make quite a bit of progress, quite a bit of safety improvement, and actually save $600,000. So I think that is a pretty pragmatic response to both our desires to build safe cycling infrastructure and managing the hard times that we are in currently. Other than that, I'll be supporting several other of the foreshadowed as well, like the Te Aratai cycleway. Not the full 10 million for Bromley roads, but I'm happy to support a more reasonable amount. That's it from me.
So just a question, Jake. Option 4, you say saves 600 grand.
Yeah. It only goes up to
Our existing budget with 600,000 surplus left over.
It only costs 16 million.
No. No, I can't see how if we're doing more, it's cost less. I can't. Yeah. Anyway, that's right. Anyone else got any debate? Pauline.
Councillor McClellan's opened it up on the wheels to wings. Look, I think this is a pragmatic solution, and particularly the Bishopdale roundabout is really difficult to navigate, and I think we need it. That's the point where the cycles come in to go on separate sides of the road. It's particularly dangerous at the moment, and I think this will address that. It also would allow people to cycle and drive more safely from Papanui to the thriving metropolis of the Bishopdale shopping mall, which I think is a huge benefit, and it will actually promote that business as well. So I think that's a pragmatic solution to just do that part, and as Jake's already said, it does give us $600,000 of change there to stay in the program. Yeah, I'll be supporting the other amendments as well. I can't see anything else that is glaringly out of place there. And I know the Mayor you talk about is only 0.005 and it's only 0.01 and it adds up, but the value that we're getting for these small increases is phenomenal. So and plus the savings in if we choose option 4 for wheels to wings will help as well. So I really do encourage you to support option 4. It enables this cycleway to get started. It will stop just past the roundabout at Bishopdale, but it means that the remaining section can be addressed in later annual plans or LTPs, and who knows what the funding might look like in the future, but it gets us cracking. So please support option 4.
Brent, I've got to get my head around this. I can't understand it. If an option, tell me the difference between option 4 and option 8. There's 2 lots of traffic lights. Harewood School and what I call Breen's Gardeners. Is that right?
Yes.
That's those 2. In option 8, there's about 100 lineal metres of cycleway from Matson's back to the railway line.
Yes.
How, if we're doing from Matson's up to the Bishopdale roundabout in option 4, is that 600 grand cheaper?
No, it's not.
Than the current budget.
The current budget.
600 grand cheaper than 17 million.
600 grand cheaper than option 8.
No,
thank you. That's
we can do half a cycleway
and it
save
doesn't include
$600,000.
the Harewood School stuff.
Okay, thank you. Aaron, did you ever go?
Well, yeah, it's a little misleading because it says saving 600,000, but it puts 10 million in next year's budget. 10 million.
Doesn't option 8 do the same?
No, option 8 doesn't.
It
You
does
would have
over
read that.
Does over the course.
Does in year
of
29. The
Yeah.
city will be flush
So
by
same
then.
amount of money.
Yeah, eventually, yeah.
Okay, no, that's
And
right.
money.
Anyone else want to have any? Oh, you. Sorry, you finished.
Go back to debate.
Back to debate. Sarah, please.
Kia ora, koutou. I'd like to encourage people today to vote in favour of the Te Aratai connection, which connects Te Aratai College, which is a rapidly growing college with now at latest count about 15% of kids biking, to the two major cycleways that are already complete. However, at the moment there's a 60km/h 4-lane road with no space between parked cars and the large trucks that go past. And so a separated cycleway is really badly needed in this area. We've heard from the school, we've heard from parents, we've heard from students. They're all really keen to see this. Soon after we paused it last time and the government had taken the funding away, a student was actually hit on that section of road heading to school. It's really important that we get this done. So I'd like to encourage people to do that. It is a 0.005% increase in next year and 0.2 the following year. It's a really important piece of infrastructure. It connects two key parts that are already built and will be a huge benefit to the wider community as well as they move from one side of Linwood through to the mall and those kind of areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Andre.
Thank you. Yeah, one thing I've always wondered on cycleways is we seem to spend a lot of time pushing cycleways which might be contentious or not as widely supported as others, which then takes time, resources and money away from those cycle projects that are really well supported. The more time you spend on them, reconsulting whatever, the more it costs and the less gets done. But just on the debate, I'm just going to ask and encourage Councillor Hanson to just address on where you're at with the Te Aratai cycleway and your views around that. I think it'll be useful as part of the debate. Also just wanted to check if there was an amendment here around Kiwi Rail funding, which I can't see on the paper, but one was sent. That could be addressed as well. Thank you.
We'll wait to the end of debate, shall we? Yeah, and we can answer that one. Or do you want it now? Since we're going in and out.
We can bring it in and out.
Yeah.
So if people want to debate it and they don't see the amendment.
No, we've got that. Thanks. We'll answer. Yeah, no, yeah. We're going to respond to that.
There's an amendment proposed regarding capping the Kiwi Rail funding. However, Council have already passed a resolution to find the funding for Scruttons Road. We also have deeds of agreement with Kiwi Rail on the cycleways going down their land, which lock us into agreements with them, especially around maintenance as well. And there are also provisions in the Railways Act that we must comply with when we're dealing with Kiwi Rail. So for those reasons, we don't feel that it's appropriate that that amendment goes forward.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, this council's chosen to ignore legislation before, and I think this is one we should consider ignoring as well and call your bluff, to be honest, on the Kiwi Rail funding. The example I give would be PC14. We didn't have to follow the law then.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't believe that you've got sufficient information to make this decision to meet the Local Government Act requirements on decision making, so we would need to come back with further information or legal advice before you made that decision.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just one, sorry, I'm going to bounce back to a question there, Brent. I'm sure I asked the other day, is that cycleway that goes by Scruttons Road, is it on Kiwi Rail land? And I was told it wasn't. It's on our land, is it?
Yep.
Okay, so why is this, I'm just throwing it out there, why has this one become under that umbrella if it's not on their land?
It's a fundamental change that cycleway has made to their crossing.
Yeah. So it doesn't.
That's the grounds at which they're.
Yeah, I understand that, but I thought just listening to what because it was on their land.
A lot of the cycleway, a lot of those railway type cycleways are on their land, and we don't want to jeopardise any of those deeds.
No problem.
It's also about level crossings.
Okay. So we're going to adjourn the debate for a second. Is there any more questions, or I went into debate too early? Is there any more questions on anything here? You're scratching your head, you'll get in there. Yeah, Arnie?
Thank you. So just to be clear, if we wish to vote against the increased budget to cater for the costs that Kiwi Rail have imposed upon us, that's attachment H.
No, we are coming back with advice about that. So you need to make that decision based on good advice to meet the decision-making requirements of the LGA.
Sorry, in terms of the approving the changes to the transport plan in attachment H, we can vote against that if we wish to. That's within our right? So that's 5, basically.
If you want to.
Which would effectively be voting against the increases that have been put on for Kiwi Rail.
Does it have any other implications?
And a few other things.
Anything else?
Okay.
All right.
Attachment L. Okay. Right. And then the other thing is, so at the start of the day, I raised concern that the Improving Bromley Roads project, the staff recommendations and the guidance or direction, whatever you like to call it, over the last few months as we've developed the plan, has included a positive recommendation around funding. That's now been reversed with just a couple of days' notice and no explanation given to me as the local councillor. Are staff able to advise why they've had a change of heart in regards to the Improving Bromley Roads project? I think that would be useful to know.
Through the chair, yes, I did commit to answering that, and through the development of the report and the recommendations and the further feedback that we got through the different briefings that you'd had, we were considering the fiscal envelope of where we were at. So staff have considered whether any new money should go on at all. So our consistent recommendation has been not to put new money on for new projects.
Is it all? Right, we are now in debate. Thank you. Right, fully. Who would like to have a go? No one? Right. Vic?
I was just going to mainly speak about St Anne Street Cycleway. People are bringing it up as something they're looking forward to on the Spraden Network page on Facebook. So people definitely still are keen for it. So and I've said we'll give it a go. So I hope people support it. It's a relatively small amount of funding and will be a great connection for people trying to get from one cycleway to another and into town. So and it's very well used along both those cycleways. So please support. With Wheels to Wings, I will support option 4. I actually really enjoyed the van trip that we took. It was really, really good. And I learnt quite a lot that I didn't actually know just from going on site, especially around, as Pauline's already said about the intersection, the roundabout at Bishopdale, because it'll become 2 sets of lines. And we saw people trying to cross the road who struggled, trying to get across all the lanes and things like that. So it'll have improvements for people using any mode. Even if we weren't going to put in a cycleway, it would be fantastic. But I think obviously we need to do the cycleway too. So there's a lot of benefits to doing that. We saw heaps of people cycling actually too. And a lot of it was a bit scary watching some of them. And we even saw one guy go into the underpass to go right through under the motorway, right down by the airport end. So people are using that, and if we can connect up to it, eventually that'll be down the track. But it'll be fantastic. So because people want to cycle around. Please support option 4. Let's get started on it, and one day we might finish the thing.
Victoria?
Thanks, Mayor Phil. There's no surprises for guessing where I'm going to land on Wheels to Wings option today, and my mandate to take that position comes from the local sentiment, which I have consistently heard loud and clear. And just a word of warning, don't believe the rhetoric that the consultation results showed otherwise, and that the numbers were there to support it, because that's a matter of interpretation or even confirmational bias, because the consultation results were very heavily skewed by submitters from outside the local communities. So if you look at the figures, nearly 50% of the original consultation submitters were from outside the local communities. So when you exclude those submitters and look only at the local and surrounding neighbourhoods, the results are astonishingly clear that there is only 14% in support of this cycleway. That's 14%. And I've done the maths from the figures that we've got. So I've heard so many of you talk at this table about the importance of the local community voice, and also I hear you often urging your colleagues to support the local councillors who know their communities. I know this community well, and Councillor Kewen knows his community well. And today really is the day where the public are going to see whether, for real, they're going to see whether you mean it when you say to support the local voice, or if you're actually tone deaf to the wishes of the local community. Now, notwithstanding my opposition to the cycleway, I accept that there is no option before us that says to bin it. So the question for us today is quite simply, when and how will this be delivered? And I accept that if we delay, then it may cost more in the future, but likewise, there may be more government funding in the future, so that really doesn't fly for me. And if you're focused only on the cost, saying it's not much per ratepayer, then you're really missing the bigger point, which is ignoring the public sentiment and going against the wishes of the local community, again, I might add. And for those of you who are going to say that it's just kicking the can down the road, well, to that I say this can be kicked down the road, because the simple fact remains that there are other cost increases that we are faced with that we can't control. And we can control this one, and just because there's a budget line for a project does not mean that we actually have to spend that money, and I think it's irresponsible to adopt that approach. Staff have made a recommendation on option 8, and their position is well informed, and I'm really happy to support their recommendation today. In relation to the foreshadowed motion for starting from the East End, my word of caution with that is that the area from the railway line to Greers Road is not the most dangerous section, so that's a little bit nonsensical if your primary driver is safety. Thanks.
Okay, Tyler, then Tim.
Kia ora. I'm going to support most of the foreshadowed motions, but the Wheels to Wings I wanted to talk about in regards to this debate, and I wanted to thank staff for taking us out on that tour. That really showed me the real issues going on in the area, even though I used to frequent that area going out to Bishopdale, the YMCA there, for basketball. Going on that road and actually feeling what it's like after many years, actually it's reiterated to me that there needed to be change. The feeling that I had, just even going around that roundabout, made me feel super uneasy. And the speed of the cars that are going around when there's a frequency of children and elderly. There was an elderly man trying to cross on a trolley, and he had to find a small little gap of someone boosting through the roundabout. Made me feel extremely uneasy. We also saw a near miss of a cyclist nearly get hit by a bus going down Hillwood Road. And just the whole vibe of that area is something unlike I've felt before in the other part of the city. And there's been a lot of different debating points from my colleagues, and one of them is following staff recommendations and expert advice, when the irony is we went against that with other Church Corner. Option A was on the table, and I quite proudly say that I did that, but the local community also wanted option A. But what did I do? I met in the middle. Next thing is around having plenty of space for children to walk across the roads and have less space for them to actually cross that road. There were multiple points when on my visit, I saw children biking, walking, and I also saw cars boosting and actually going slow and being really good with the community. The Breens Gardeners intersection, that's also quite a large intersection. It's 6 lanes when you go across that road, which is actually quite significant, and it makes a lot of drivers feel uneasy. The last thing I wanted to talk about was the rhetoric of young people in comparison to the ones that are older than them is extremely contrasting. Reason being is the school kids wanted safer streets to be able to bike, to be able to walk, when the adults wanted to be able to drive through places and be able to boost through them, essentially. And that made it really difficult for me to be able to make a decision on, but it's actually quite easy for me now after the questioning that I had with staff, so I thank you very much for answering those questions. So I'm going to support option 4, and I'll proudly do that, but I would also like to recommend that we do quite a bit of work outside Harewood School with the Harewood Crossing. That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Tim.
Thank you. Firstly, Simeon Street, I'm going to support my fellow councillor for the area, Melanie Coker. She knows this area. They've been calling for this. They got on board with it, that we got them over the line with it. They want it, and suddenly we put it on hold. So I think it's going to fill a gap in an area where we're really lucky on our side of the city where people want to bike. You see them biking. And as I sit in my car and I see all those cyclists go past, I realise there's a whole lot of cars I'm not fighting with. So it's quite shallow. So I'll certainly be supporting that. The Te Aratai, I think, is a safety issue for me. I've gone there and I've watched it. 60 k's in front of a high school with 4 lanes, and technically it's more than 4 lanes because you've got 2 lots of parking. It gives me the shivers. So I think the more safety we can put around schools, the better. So I'll certainly be supporting Councillor Templeton with the Te Aratai cycleway. So yeah, thank you.
Do you have hand? Yep, far away.
So I'm just going to be speaking in support of the MCR. The one includes the Takara Avon, the Apaoho River route, and the MCR Southern Lights. There's been a lot of discussion around safety, and I agree that we should be prioritising safety across our network. We know that there's still some significant gaps in the network, particularly in the eastern suburbs. So in terms of going where there is a great need, I think it's important to remember that if you're heading from the city to the eastern suburbs, there is nothing currently in place. So that should be something that we prioritise, I think, first and foremost. So I'm going to be making sure that, and I guess the second consideration there is we're doing work on Pages Road, which it was a unanimous decision, and alongside that we should make sure that we do the other infrastructure that needs to support that safe evacuation from the area. And we know that the best way to get out is on a bike, so I'm glad that Sam's in support of this.
Okay, moving right along. Everybody happy? So now, Yanni, please.
Thank you. So just to start with a few things. Unfortunately, some of you may have been here when I've shared this story before, but for those who haven't heard it, I'll share it with you again. I still recall fondly when I was on a community board at the time, that council had a big discussion about bringing in user charges for black rubbish bags, right? And the council was proposing to do it. And then before the draft annual plan went out for consultation, they removed that as an option that they were going to do. And so they made the vote to not charge users wasted pays for black rubbish bags. So what happened during the consultation is everyone thought that they'd won that debate, and they only had about 2 submissions in favour of introducing the wasted pays. And then at the end of the annual plan process, council adopted, based on 2 submissions, with the majority of the community being silent on it, thinking that they had won, they adopted the wasted pays for rubbish bags in the city. And the reason I say that is that when we adopt a draft annual plan, in my view, if there's things that council is considering doing, it's far better to have them in the draft document for people to have their views and say and to express their views and thoughts on, than to not have it in the draft annual plan and then to add it in at the end of the process. So with that being said, I'm happy to support a lot of the amendments that are being put up today to hear the voice of our community as we go through the draft annual plan process. So there's a number of things that I will support, and I think that gives us the chance to hear from people. I do express a degree of frustration around the Improving Bromley Roads project. It was supposed to be done to inform our LTP. It was supposed to be done to inform our annual plan, and yet we still don't have it. And all the way through this process, I was under the impression that staff recommendation was to put funding towards it, but then it got pulled out at the last minute. Hence, I've put forward a resolution to support option 2, which is the $10 million over 2 years. If you think of the entire area of Bromley, that is a small amount of money to spend enhancing a neighbourhood and a community to address the wide range of things that need to be done. And I've circulated around the outcomes that the community board, in terms of the plan, has agreed. And that is around visual amenity, reducing speeds, reducing heavy vehicles, and so on. So I hope that you'll support it. The residents of Bromley have put up with a huge amount of suffering because of decisions this council has made. And the least we can do is invest in their environment to enhance it, which is what I'm proposing with 6A. And the final point I'll make is that I've looked back at the minutes and the resolutions around the Kiwi Rail crossing around Scruttons Road, and the best that I can tell is that we made a decision that we had 2.5 million in the current annual plan to commence design and pre-construction work, and number 8, we agreed that the construction works will be funded within the approved LTP, Transport Capital Program budget. So I cannot support adding extra money for Scruttons Road up to nearly $7 million when we're so constrained financially, and that money is far better spent on some of these other amendments that people are putting forward today.
Button, right. Aaron?
Yeah, I'll just speak to, I'll speak to two actually. First up, the Simeon Street one, I'll support that. I think Mel's made a pretty good case for why that should go ahead and why we should support it. She's backed up by Tim, the other local councillors for that area, speaking on behalf of their people, which ironically brings me to, or as a segue into being one of the two local councillors for another decision. Do we go with option 4 or the staff option of the 8 on Herwood Road? And I ask everyone to go with option 8 for a couple of reasons. The first up being that it delivers the cycleway at one end, the connection to the Northwest Arc, so over a longer period gives people, users of Herwood Road, a feel of what the MCR will be like. So taking them on the journey. So it's a chance of they'd see it down there and it'll either work or it won't. But it means that at least from there right through to Greers, people go, actually, if the rest of this road's like this, we're okay with it. At the moment, you don't have those people on your side. And when the council scores so badly in its in our survey results around trust in the council, when Councillor Henstock pointed out the overwhelming majority of people in that area against doing the full cycleway at this point, and as councillors we can push through that end. We'll have the people in our area in support, the lights at Herwood Breen's Gardeners and the crossing outside the Herwood School. We will have the people of that area supportive of the council decision if that's what we go for. So if you're a council that wants the public on your side, you'll go with option 8. If you're a council that wants to keep battling with the public over forcing cycleways on them, you'll go with number 4. It is overwhelmingly unequivocal that the people of that area don't like the current design and what is going to be forced on them. So are you forcers or facilitators? And that is what today's vote really is about. And remembering that next year is election year, and you put your hand up and go, I'm a forcer, re-elect me for 3 more years, or I'm a facilitator, I actually listened to the people, I had a strong opinion on Herwood Road, but we've gone with that option, and let's see how it goes. Let's try and win the people over, because I think there's more damage done to cycling by the way that we deliver some of this stuff than is good for cycling, because cycling's fun and cool, and we should have way more people using the incredible facilities that have been built in some areas.
Mark, please.
Hey, thank you for that. Having listened to the debate, I think I might have changed my mind on one or two of these, so that's what's called being open-minded. So I'm happy to support the Simeon Street cycleway. One of the things that gives me comfort there is seeing it FY 26-27 rather than this financial, because we've got enough pressure on this financial already. And then also Te Aratai, I think I may support that as well, even though I was initially thinking not to. One of the reasons for that is making the environment safer around schools is crucial. You know, I've seen the difference that making a safer environment around Hornby High School's front gate has made. There's more work to do there yet, I think. But I would be keen over the coming years to explore opportunities to make the journey to and from some of the local schools in our city even better. One of the ones that really sticks in my mind is, okay, Hornby High School's good at its front gate, but how do you get through Carmen Road, Main South Road, that absolutely diabolical State Highway 1 to get from Hornby South into your local high school? It's a nightmare. So I'd be keen going forward to just go through some possibilities with the transport team and try and figure something out there. So I'll support the Te Aratai today. I'll also listen to the local councillors, Henstock and Keown, for the Wheels to Wings. They know their community well. They've listened to their community. Victoria's gone through and really closely analysed the consultation and what it actually came back with. So I'm happy to support option 8 as the staff recommendation and the local council's recommendation. I do like to thank staff for the tour that they took us on. It was very enlightening and very worthwhile. But at the same time, I don't think now's the right time just to box on and do as much as we can. We need to listen to the community and just take a breath on this and do the option 8, do the connection between the Northwest Arc and the Northern Line, and let that be seen by the community as how's it look, how's it work, and then do the important lights at Harewood Gardeners Breens and also do the Harewood School. But again, to do that potentially without the raised platforms initially, see how it works. If we need the raised platforms, we can stick those in, in a year's time if we need to. But yep, happy to support those today.
Thank you. Kia ora. I cycle pretty much everywhere around the city, and I also own cars, so I drive too, because some bits of my ward are like an hour and a half away, so biking Takara is quite hard. But anyway, I've done it. But look, I dream of a day when I can cycle an unbroken cycleway from the airport to Akaroa. That brings me to Wheels to Wings. We've been presented with 8 options and counting, and staff reported to us this morning that options 1 to 4 would increase the average rate in Christchurch by 37 cents per household for the whole year. Option 6, I think, by the sound calculations, would save the average household by about 74 cents per annum. By comparison, the stadium, for example, is putting about $74 on the average household next year. So, this is obviously not about money, but tell me something I don't know. I visited the site last week with councillors Peters, Harrison Hunt, Coker and Johansson, and we grilled staff about the community sentiment, and were told everything that had been done to mitigate concerns and how the project would improve things for pedestrians and kids and motorists, so for the whole community. And I was comfortable with that. So I'm happy with option 4 here, because it will literally not have any rates impact over time, and it's a good governance decision. In fact, look, I understand the local councillor's point of view, but in fact, from my recollection, the two local elected community board members, long-standing in that ward, have supported cycleways in this one in particular, from my recollection, that's covered by option 4. So, you know, there's a balance there. It's, you know, there's two sides to every story. Look, we got some genuine challenges, macroeconomic factors that are really challenging our rates position. We've got to do everything we can to create genuine relief for our ratepayers, and we shelled a genuine opportunity to do that today in the amendment put up by councillors Moore and Templeton. But we also have to balance cost against value and making good decisions. You know, we have to make good governance decisions for our city. You know, I like cycleways. I mean, there's no secret about that. I bike everywhere. It's not because I'm some blinkered ideologue or because I want to piss off some guy on Facebook who I've never met. I just want to make good decisions for our city. I like them because cycling is a cheap and easy way to get around our city. It frees up space on our roads for people who need to drive, and it makes people feel good. It's good for mental health, and they're safe for all of us to use. I like them. They make our city better, which is what makes us such an attractive place to live. And in that regard, the only ideology I have is to keep Christchurch cool.
Samuel.
Yeah, thank you, Phil. And can I just thank the transport team and the staff that have pulled this together. I agree with your recommendations, but I will differ on one, which is Simeon Street. I think that makes sense to do. So comfortable with that, but want to acknowledge you for that. In terms of Wheels to Wings, I think this will be the catalyst for the next 12 months of our council. To be really blunt, option 8 is a signal to the community that we are prepared to listen to them. You know, we can talk about community boards and members and things. There is no greater evidence than Victoria Henstock being elected to the Christchurch City Council than the community sentiment of the Wheels to Wings cycleway. That's how passionate the local community are on that. Victoria was elected on that premise. Look, I think this is a really good balance, and I certainly don't buy into the saving $600,000 argument at all, given that, well, no, it's not really. You bring forward a significant amount of money at the same time, so it doesn't quite work like that. I think the reality is we do need to listen to the local community in this case, and I think it will be a real catalyst. So I think the amendments that Councillor Kewen has put up to the substantive around the speed, removing the speed bumps, also makes sense for that community. The irony is we're delivering something outside Harewood School, which, you know, I think one of our colleagues referenced maybe needing to work with them further. This gives them something as opposed to talking about it. So, look, I think we get a win-win-win from this, and it's something that I think we should really be proud of as a council. You know, I think it would be a sad day for Christchurch City, and certainly for the people of Harewood, if we were to not accept the staff option, given what they have been through with this, what they've talked about, and what the community has. And like I say, there is no greater evidence of the community sentiment. We can do as much consultation as we like, than having Victoria Henstock sitting around this table today.
Right. We all dude. So, now move on to, it's item 4, recommendation 6A, Bromley Roads. So, we know what we're voting for there, 6A right in front of us. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No.
You've got 2 resolutions on the screen with the same number, so just want to be really clear which one we're voting on. There's a 6A that says no additional budget and a 6A that does add additional budget. So if you could just go a little bit slower when you're putting them to the vote.
So we're voting on the substantive. Yeah. So just to be clear, we're voting on the things that are in the papers, the substantive motion. So that's this one here.
So right, have another lash, shall we?
Can you just, is it possible just to read out the resolution that you're putting?
Well, why don't we just do a
clarification?
We'll just do a division for all.
Resolves that no, where's it gone? No additional budget is added to improving Bromley Roads project in the draft 25-26 annual plan.
We'll do division to save us time.
Okay.
Division.
So we'll just do division right from day dot?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I?
No, you're fine.
No.
It was,
I'm just raising that I'm down as seconding that.
Yes, staff rec.
That's the staff rec. So it was a foreshadow motion. So the Mayor and Councillor Victoria Henstock.
Because that's
moved
all
this
of
one to vote first.
recommendation 6.
That's hilarious.
So you've voted off.
We all voted the opposite way.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a division for the staff recommendation 6A as above. Councillor Templeton. No. Councillor McLennan.
No.
Councillor MacDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson. No. Councillor Fields.
No.
Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Donovan. No. Councillor Coker.
No.
Councillor Peters.
Yes.
The Mayor.
Yes.
Councillor Scundrett.
Yes.
Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Councillor Kewen. Yes. Councillor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor Henstock.
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
No.
Deputy Mayor Cotter. No. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 against.
That's carried. Thank you very much. Right, now move on to the next one, and I'll read it as well to save. Okay, there it is there. Simeon Street Cycleway, number 6B, resolves no additional budget is added for Simeon Street Cycleway project in the draft 25.
Not to make it difficult, because I don't like being difficult, I just wonder whether it's easier to put including it, because the sentiment from the debate, and I think Victoria and you were the same, you actually wanted to do Simeon Street.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering whether we just, based on the debate, just change it rather than vote something down
So
and
we
vote
put
for
up
it again.
that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's hardly fair on the one that's just been, is it?
Well, yes,
Well, it's just trying to be efficient, because we've been here since.
So it's
and
the
we've made
mover
about
and the
4
seconder,
decisions.
the ones that can
Yeah.
change it, nobody else. So do the mover and seconder want to take a moment to think that whether they are happy to move and second?
I'm
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Oh,
I want
happy
to I want to support the foreshadowed motion on this one.
Yes, there you go, that's what Sam's saying. So I put the foreshadowed motion up.
Yeah, just think, make it your one now.
Yeah. So this
It's
now
yours
becomes
now.
the substantive.
Yeah.
Right. So, okay, is that, can you do that, Sam? Is that now the substantive? Right. This, and I'm not going to read all that. This, because one, I can't see it. There we go. So everyone can see that. We throw an extra $750,000 on it for the added to allow construction, design approved by council, yada, yada, yada. So there it is now. It's now the substantive. All those in favour of recommendation 6.
Do a division for all of these.
All right, division. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Every single one, if you're going to a division one. Okay, let's try it. Is everyone for it?
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Great.
Sorry. I'll try and take over your job.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey. You can go now. You've won your deal. Okay. Righto. So now we move over to number 6C, Te Aratai. Okay, resolved that no extra budget is added for Te Aratai Cycleway in the 25-26 annual plan. So we're going to division this, or what are we going to do? Okay. Righto, show.
So this is a division for 6C as per the staff recommendations. Councillor Moore.
Not doing it.
No,
Not putting any more money in.
so that's a no. Councillor Johansson.
No.
Deputy Mayor Cotter. No. Councillor McLennan.
No.
Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Councillor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor MacDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Kewen. Yes. Councillor Fields.
No.
Mayor,
No.
Councillor Scundrett,
No.
Councillor Harrison Hunt,
No.
Councillor Coker,
No.
Councillor Templeton, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Peters,
No.
Councillor Henstock,
I note that I've seconded it, but it's a no.
that's 1, 2, 3, 4,
It's
and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 against.
Do we go to the foreshadowed one for this one?
So now do this one? Now. The foreshadowed one now, Mary.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so because that lost, we now vote on this one. Now, Mary, is it 6C or 6C1? I suppose it's the same. It's all the same, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's all the same. It's a one.
Okay. So we'll just put this, we won't division this. All those in favour of what you see there, option 2, say aye. Against? No. That is carried. Yep, good.
So I've got Councillor McDonald against.
And Goff. Anyone abstain?
Okay, so now we're up to, please, 6D. Just move it up there. Okay, so is everyone clear on that? Results that the budget phasing for Otakaro Avon River and Apauaho River is unchanged in the draft annual plan. Okay? So I'll put that, all those in favour? Aye. Against? No.
Division.
Yeah, division.
So this is for recommendation 6D as per the staff recommendation. Deputy Mayor Cotter? No. Councillor Barber?
Yes.
Councillor Coker?
No.
Councillor Donovan? No. Councillor Fields?
No.
Councillor Goff?
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt?
No.
Councillor Henstock?
Yes.
The Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Johansson?
It's still getting done. It's just getting done a little bit
Councillor
later.
Kewen?
Yes.
Councillor McDonald?
Yes.
Councillor McLennan?
No.
Councillor Moore?
No.
Councillor Peters?
Yes.
Councillor Scundrett?
Yes.
And Councillor Templeton? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, and 1, 2, 3,
That's
4,
lost.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9 against.
So that's lost. So we now move up
Did you
to,
want to make a comment about this one? So we go to the
foreshadow.
foreshadow. Did you ask to make a comment about this one, or you're just noting? Did you even? I don't.
Is the risk of jeopardising the funding, I think, is in terms of the foreshadowed motion, is that it may jeopardise funding from NZTA in terms of, in the future. So it's important, and that's noted there in the option.
That's right, I read that.
The option table, yeah.
In the option table, yes, it may, in page 46, it may jeopardise our ability to get funding in the future. And I think it's important that that is noted for the benefit of the
And the councillor has just asked, is that reflected in the rate increase that's noted there, because it's going to potentially have to be fully funded by council?
Through you, it is. That is the full funding there, so it doesn't assume
Any-
NZTA funding.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay.
Good.
So here we are with the 6D, the foreshadowed one. All those in favour? Against? No.
Can we assume that it's just the reverse of the hospital?
Different people yell louder.
Do the division.
So this is the division for 6D, the foreshadowed motion. Councillor Peters,
No.
Councillor Fields,
Yeah.
Councillor Harrison Hunt,
Yes.
Councillor Coker,
Yes.
Councillor Donovan, Deputy Mayor Cotter, Councillor Henstock, Councillor Moore, Councillor Goff,
No.
Councillor Johansson,
Yes.
Councillor Kewen, Councillor McDonald,
No.
Councillor Barber,
No.
Councillor McLennan, Councillor Scundrett,
No.
the Mayor,
No.
and Councillor Templeton. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fours, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 against.
Okay, that's carried. Thank you. So now the biggie.
Oh, God,
Every transport vote.
without road safety.
Okay, so now we're up to it's still item 4, 6E, wheels to wings. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour of option 8 without raised platforms, say aye. Aye. Against? No. Better divisionise that one. That's a new word I just learned.
Okay, so this is the division for 6D, option 8, without the raised safety platforms. Councillor Kewen,
Yes.
Councillor McLennan,
Nay.
Councillor McDonald,
Yes.
Councillor Henstock,
Yes.
Councillor Moore, Councillor Scundrett,
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt,
No.
Councillor Coker,
No.
Councillor Peters,
Yes.
the Mayor,
Yep.
Councillor Templeton,
Carl. Need those platforms.
no.
Carl, no. Yeah.
Councillor Barber,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Cotter, Councillor Fields,
No.
Councillor Johansson, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Goff.
Yes.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 against.
So that's carried. Thank you very much. Now,
So we've got more to do.
there was no others.
Yes.
We've done others.
Done the others. So we probably need a break, do we?
Would we take a break to get the rates updated?
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break, just a short one, don't run away, because Peter will be all over it.
That could be tens of millions.
For the rates, thank you. So what we've now got to do is recommendations 1 to 5. Yes. Recommendations 7 to 8, which are just down a little bit lower, do not have to exist anymore because they're only applicable if there were staff recommendations and they're not. So we're doing 1 to 5. I was actually going to put them all together. If anyone wants to vote against any particular separate one, they're more than welcome to. So just digest that a little bit up behind me.
These are the same recs that were in the report.
Same ones.
Yeah.
Changed.
No, it's no change. No, there's no changes to look
Okay.
at. Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay. So I will. Yanni, please. Yeah.
You're able just to put the 1 and 2 separate. I mean, just break it up between the 3.
So,
yeah.
So you want 1 and 2 separate?
Well, I'm happy to support 1 and 2, but I don't want to support the changes in terms of 4 and 5.
So,
all right, I didn't want to support the what is it? The extra 20 million for Kiwi Rail. So that's attachment L, I think it is,
Okay.
and attachment. And I'm sorry, I'm just struggling to see
Just
it
L, I think.
on the screen. I think it's number 4.
We can record.
We'll record that. Yeah.
The vote
Yeah,
against.
and I was
So number 4.
also concerned at number 4.
Okay. So I'm going to put it. We know that Yanni is voting against number 4, as far as I know. So I'll put this all in favour of 1 to 5 inclusive. Say aye. Aye. Against. But Yanni on number 4. Is that right?
And your number, sorry, 3 number 4. Yep,
Yeah.
got that.
More and your hands.
Great.
Roger.
Okay, excellent.
Alrighty. So that's
3,
done.
4 and 5 I'm against.
So standing orders back.
So, no, we'll just go back to the resolution that was made this morning, which was about noting the rate increase subject to the changes that were being made in this thing, and just note what the new rate is now based on the changes that were made in the transport report. So if we get that resolution up, so we'll just put a note in secretarial note that the rates are now, as a result of the decisions you've made in the transport paper, are now
8.93.
3.
Yep.
Yes, 0.02, so it's now 8.93, Your Worship.
Roger. Thank you for that.
So we'll, yeah.
So do we need to?
No.
That's just information only, isn't it? Okay. So now are we in standing orders?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to move, and Pauline's going to second that standing orders. We reinstate them. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thanks. That's carried. Closing karakia. Thank you. Hey guys, thank you so much for what we've all got done today. So it's excellent. Right. Kia tapu. Kia Thank you.